I am old enough to remember a time when going on Howard Stern as a presidential candidate would seem controversial. Now he's tame. I had to explain to my Morgan students who Howard Stern was, right? But I know they...
Telling you, as a guy who's done radio all these years, and call me old school, you got to get up, you got to come in, you got to look at everyone in the face. It really helps when I can look over at people and say, okay, calm down here, come on in here, talk to people eye to eye, see my guests.
I don't want to speak out of school, but what the fuck happened to you?
What do you mean?
Well, you used to, the show was rock and roll, you were fighting the FCC, you were doing fucking funerals for bad DJs, now you're playing chess, and you're having diet clubs with the boys, getting married. I mean, you're one heroin overdose away from this show becoming the male view.
I mean, he's an old, befuddled man, and I promise you, Robin, I will not be on the air.
You won't do this?
I will not do that. I will be somewhere in Florida, like an old alligator, laying in the sun. I will not do this to my audience.
Because he's really funny with the cowboy hat. Because the cowboy...
That's that point. I don't think Howard's there by a long shot, but he doesn't ever want to be the guy who, you know, isn't at the top of his game and stayed at the party too long. And
Howard Stern is a name I haven't heard. I used to do a show, we used to have fun, but I haven't heard that name in a long time. What happened? He got terminated?
Could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I mean, I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality. That I will say the truth.
The first thing I would say to Danny DeVito is, I would love to watch you and Rhea Perlman do it. Did you guys do it? Did you do it? And she's climbing on top of you. I'd be like, if I'm holding out, I'm thinking of Howard Stern just to hold out. Oh, it's the same face. It's the same face.
What 2 foot by 2 foot radius do you cover in a?
He's 80 now, Danny DeVito.
I know.
Isn't that crazy?
It's insane. Yeah,
it is insane. It is insane. I hope. Well, I don't give a shit what happens because I told them when you and Rhea Perlman do it, when you guys do it, I want to do the musical score for it.
Give me the sex tape. I'll score it.
Could you imagine a Danny DeVito Rhea Perlman sex tape? Anyway, welcome to Lotus Notes 46. Everyone, David is with us. As Holly Robinson said about Dustin Gwen, comfort. He is comforted in it. I'm going to say you're 6'1".
I'm exactly 6 foot. So
yeah, you just reek of 6 foot. You reek. No, but I read on a 6'2" level.
Yes,
no,
exactly.
you actually read on a 7'2" level.
Yeah, right.
Welcome, Melvin. Yes, everyone, like and subscribe. We have some business in the beginning here. We got this weird thing, I have this folder of all this shit. And the way I curate it, and I was putting out all these shorts as I put it on these YouTube shorts. It's so innocuous. And they're so petty. You could get a warning. It is like the shittiest vice principal you have and they randomly could just do whatever they want. It's almost like more entrapment than 21 Jump Street. They tell you, this is how you do it. And I want to get up all Montel Jordan on you, but make it like this, It's got to be under a minute. They vet it. They run it through a cycle. They show you what they want. Then they say, yes, good, you can post it now. Then you post it, and then they give you a zap. They zap you with a demonetization strike. It's like getting put in school suspension.
Right.
Is what it's like. The YouTube equivalent of in school suspension. If I have so many flaws in this life, I will admit to all of them. I think I'm self-deprecating. I think I admit to all the peccadillos I have, but this isn't one of them. They lured me into this, and I will not take culpability for it. I will not. So that said, you can't donate like you normally would, the easy thing. And again, I don't recommend that anyway. Sarah and I were talking about this, and we set up this whole new thing. Just buy me a coffee. But could you just see Sarah making fun of my Long Island act? There's nothing better, more I like than you. Well, I think you do it in your head. I think
I'm too polite to do it to your face.
Yeah, you're a little more. You're a total class. But Sarah, nothing she loves more than making fun. I think that's your obsession with Mike Ganji too, the Long Island accent.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Nothing gives Sarah more pleasure in this life than making fun of the Long Island accent, especially mine. Especially mine. And you and Ganji. So buy me a coffee up there, Mike Myers / buymeacoffee.com/armfund. And then there's a new QR code on the right, and I would want you people to use that. I guess that's linked to Venmo in some capacity if you're to monetize. And I think we all agree. We all agree. We should want to cut YouTube out. They take a worse vig than Sunny fucking Red does. You thought the Bonanno crime family took a vig? It is crazy what they take. They don't deserve it. They don't need it. They don't. So I highly implore you, cut YouTube out. Do us all a favor. Do yourself a favor.
Yeah. You
want to fight the man? That's doing it. That's fighting the man.
And the nice thing about Buy Me a Coffee is you can set a standing monthly donate. If you want to just kind of have a standing monthly donation, you can set that up. You can do it one at a time. But I support other content creators on Buy Me a Coffee, and it's just nice to know that I can set it one time, and however much I want to give monthly. It kind of works like Patreon in that way, but you can determine the amount.
You, sir, and Bon Jovial, and Sarah, you are a creative force of nature, sir. JD Villataro, Radio Gaga, I got your email. We're going to have you on soon. One of these cleaning out the computer shows, I think, unless you have a predilection of something you feel passionately that you have mastered. I don't care if it's the fucking Jesus Twins or Kathy Lee Gifford. If there's something, JD Villataro, welcome, sir. Sky Spectre, good to see you in there. Great broads. Melvin. Yes, everyone, like and subscribe. That 34, which means me, is a hunk. Fine Chug, welcome, sir. Fine Chug had what the hell was it? He had an Instagram post I saw. He was at a Alice Cooper concert. The Depth Show. That's what it was. Alice Cooper concert. The Depth Show, and he had the coolest shirt. He was wearing a My So-Called Life shirt with Claire Danes.
Oh, with Claire Danes.
And Claire Danes is hitting on me off the shirt.
That's right.
Was staring at me from the street
with her crazy eyes coming off the shirt.
Yes. Right. But how great is that? Somebody like Fine Chug strutting around Philadelphia in a My So-Called Life. I mean, he might as well be wearing an Everwood shirt or a One Tree Hill shirt.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, Tamara Francois. Thank you, Tam Fran. She's due back for another appearance, too.
Yeah, I missed
Tam. We love us some Tam Fran. She was, what the hell was I going to say? Scott's going to go down here. Probably going to jump right in. Autobot, welcome, sir. That's something to ask you. Steve Brandano climbed Mount Turco and Ben Bardo. So Ben Bardo could plant that flag. So well said, too, Master. Jason Irons, arm sounds underwater with the mic. Do I sound good?
It sounds like a different mic. I don't know if it's your.
We had this problem last time.
Okay.
And I
can hear you fine, but it just sounds like a different mic.
But it sounds weird.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. He might be right about this because Bon Jovi and I had to F with this last time.
Sure.
Dual headset. Okay, real talk microphone. Okay, sound different now.
Yeah, that sounds like your regular mic.
That's what last time. So what it does now. Thank you, StreamYard. Thank you for taking my audio initiative. Thank you for not asking my permission to change my settings. Thank you.
God,
thank you.
Every platform is fucking us over this week.
I'm telling you are better off waiting for these. If you're ever going to do this stuff, like I want to start my own podcast. Wait, honestly, you're better off waiting for the technology to perfect.
Right, to catch up with the
we're taking all the hits creator. For you posers jumping on the bandwagon. That's what happened. They changed my microphone on me. Thank you, Jason Irons. I would not have known that. David's too classy to say.
Yeah, I'm too polite to. I mean, again, it wasn't a problem. I could understand.
That's okay.
It just sounded different. Yeah.
That SiriusXM Stern ad about him being fired is lame. Yes, I have that here. I'm working on a Broadway show, says Melvin, completely based off Danny DeVito taking women to Pound Town. Melvin, classic Melvin. Arm, leave and come back. Okay, we got it fixed. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Radio Gaga. Yeah, Jesus, all those great things I said in the beginning sounded muffled. That's ridiculous. Richie. I'm gonna say it all over again now.
The entire business of how to donate now has to be remastered by Bon Jovial.
Melvin, if you click on an NFL video, they'll demonetize you. They look to any excuse to demonetize. Like, there's nothing you can do. They can't wait to demonetize you.
Yeah.
They can't wait to do it. Demonetization means nothing if you use the QR codes and buy me a coffee and Venmo and all that stuff. We don't want them to take, like I said, they take a Sunny Red-esque cut. They are the Bonanno crime family YouTube. And I say we all cut them out. And we all agree. We all agree. Fine Chug, yes, Alice Cooper and My Chemical Romance. What a bizarre combination that is.
Alice Cooper and Gerard Way together at
last. Gerard, you call him Jerry, though, I heard. You call him Jerry
Way. Yeah.
Look at Fine Chug. Goes, yes, I love that shirt. It is the coolest ironic shirt I think I've seen in like years. That's somebody you would stop them if you saw them wearing a shirt like that somewhere.
He goes with a friend who's wearing a 30-something shirt. So companion pieces.
Oh, my Timothy Buzzfield over here. I want to play volleyball with Peter Horton in the worst way. I want to ride a tandem bike with Peter Horton. Sounds clear. Thank you guys. All right, so we're gonna jump right in, David. What's great about David is he didn't even pay attention to the Howard drama, and I think he would consider it fake. So the two big articles that came out is one from the Hollywood Reporter, which Tamara Francois actually, before anybody else, scooped it. Even Sarah loves getting all the scoops. Oh, by the way, congratulations on the Super Bowl victory the other day. David, you and Sarah had with your Browns. Your Browns beat the Eagles in preseason, and I think you consider that now you're the Super Bowl champion because you beat the Eagles in the preseason.
Listen, I got to feel good about something, so thank you for that. Yes,
that might be the best Browns win in the history of the franchise. Maybe. Okay, so this article comes out. It's from the Hollywood Reporter, and it has to do with staffers. Now, use your description. What's fake and what's not in this, and let's hope it's real. And the Buckwald plants, and they'll take any publicity for this awful show is good publicity. Although I don't know, there's some really, really smeary things in here that he would never plant.
Okay.
So this article. The premise of it is. A. Smith goes, "Hey, buddy, I got something you can monetize right here, pal." That's so great, A. Smith.
I got you, Glenn Gary, right here.
I deserve that. And the premise of this article is staffers are making their exit strategy from this god-awful show that Sirius and executives do not want to come. It's not worth their effort. They're not sure, and they all plan that he's not going to resign, and we've had all these theories. So this is the anonymous staffers
supposedly speaking to Hollywood Reporter about what the future of the show is and what they're going to do, as if we're rooting for them. I'm not. I want you all to be gainfully unemployed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Howard Stern staffers prepping for show's demise, withholding best material as future uncertain. By Chris Harris. Published August 9th, 2025, 1:04.
By the way, Debbie, you know that Maureen Callahan?
Yeah, right.
The writer for the Post. She has a podcast now. It's only been around for a few months, and she basically just comments on gossip and current events.
Yeah.
I really would like to. She wrote tons of scathing articles on Howard, like in the last 5 years. Stuff. She did some stuff on him. I mean, maybe we'll go over it next time. I'd love to try to get her on the show. She has a contact thing finally. I don't know how how unapproachable she is, or if she's kind of like an elitist where she just doesn't reach out to anybody.
I remember a couple years ago, like she wrote kind of a general article on the demise of the quality of the Stern show, and she referenced like the Pelican Brief, and
it was too close to. That's what I'm getting at.
Right? I'm sure she is. I mean, if you look up Howard Stern hate, the 3 shows that cover that are going to come up right away. So
guess what she did a show on?
What was that?
Matthew Broderick and Jennifer Grey.
Oh my God. That is
exactly when we did, right at like 2 weeks after we did it.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And I just want to say on the show really quickly, Matthew Broderick did I told you about this in text, but I'll say it on the show.
That was, you talk about the book, the
Criterion Closet thing.
Yes. Tell him that, Debbie. That was great. I told that to Bon Jovial. He was really impressed by you finding that.
Yeah. So the Criterion Collection, which is, a company that releases all these prestige movies and very nice high definition DVDs and Blu-rays. And I think they actually have Laserdisc again. But they have different celebrities, actors, directors, whoever kind of pick movies from what's called the Criterion Closet. I'm sure people in the chat have seen it. But Matthew Broderick did an episode where he picked out his favorite movies from the closet, and the
statute of limitations had gone long enough from 1987, right?
Murder, right.
So
all the I got a notification that the video had been posted. I went to it, and all the comments were about how he murdered someone in Ireland, and 24 hours later, the comments were turned off. It is the only Criterion Closet video where I believe the comments are turned off. And
that's incredible.
It's great. So people had to go, whatever episode was posted after that, that's where people congregated to complain about.
That's so funny. So they made their thoughts known in the next video.
The next video. Exactly.
I got to read that shit. I got to read that.
I'll figure out which one it was. I mean, it's the next one in sequence in their menu of videos. So yeah,
I think that he's such an egomaniac. I think that he has deleted that from his brain.
Yes, right. And it never happened.
The other thing, the crazy thing is too, she's obsessed with Sarah Jessica Parker, Callahan.
Callahan is, yeah.
She's obsessed with Sarah Jessica Parker, Howard, Bill Maher, and there's one other target, but she keeps circling back to these people.
Yeah.
So and I think I would love to know Sarah Jessica Parker's thoughts on that. She's never talked about it. She's never been asked about it. She's never been, but it is so crazy. She does. I mean, like, who's thinking about that accident but us? And in my case, it's a double entendre because Jennifer Grey dated Johnny Depp right after Matthew Broderick from that. And then she was also represented by Tracy Jacobs. And then obviously Howard pranked them at their apartment. So for me, it was a double entendre in what we do. But I have what would make her fucking go to it? I think Maureen Callahan's in our chat right now. What do you think about that?
It's Radio Gaga, right? No, I'm kidding.
Could be. Radio Gaga loves her some gossip. Could be. Telly Savalas, Chubby Pickle, welcome, sir.
I think what's interesting about the Sarah Jessica Parker love is maybe she wants to be Carrie Bradshaw, Maureen Callahan, you know?
Yeah, doesn't every writer in New York have that fucking Carrie Bradshaw fantasy where they're working from home, lazily tapping on a laptop on their bed and kicking around life with their friends?
And what's interesting is, like, no actor, I can't think of many actors who you think that Sarah Jessica Parker is Carrie Bradshaw. Like, you think that Sarah Jessica Parker's life, I mean, there are some similarities.
Because her real life mirrors Carrie Bradshaw's life, and it's probably 80% similar.
I that's probably fair. Yeah. I just think that Sarah Jessica Parker, I think, is a little, I don't think she's as maybe witty as, I think she's well spoken, but I don't think she's as witty as, you know, the gay men that wrote Sex and the City wrote Carrie, you know. So I just think that Sarah Jessica Parker is just like a mom who happens to be an actress too, you know, and has, you know, classy.
But she still lives
East
that
Coast
New
taste.
York life.
Right,
She still
right.
lives that, a lot of the similarities of, like, so many times I see her, I'm like, how did they have kids?
Right.
It just doesn't seem like she abides by what moms do. She's just, the other night, this is like 8 months ago, her and Andy Cohen went bar hopping. It's like 2 a.m. I was just running around the village and laughing and skipping around in the snow. And I'm going, what mom is bar hopping with, you know, she's a fag hag.
Right. With predatory Andy Cohen.
Yeah.
Right,
Autobot. Yes. I mean, they're certainly putting him out now. I want to try to sift through what's fake and what's not, and I'm really, all this like makes me hate them more than I already do. Like, I don't want to be wasting my time on this shit. I don't want to be like Radio Gunk, for example. Man, they live for this is red meat and a half shit like this. This is just like, there's so nothing happening on the show. This is the only time you could chum up drama from this god awful show, and of course it's the boringest way possible.
I love PCB holding off best material. It's so true. It's like, what, you know, are they going to do the 15th anniversary of Sal recording a Sinatra album now instead of the 10th anniversary?
It's an oxymoron. You can't hold back something that's never been good in decades anyway.
Right.
What's the best? There is no best.
Instead of a cum hat, we're doing a cum scarf now. Is that the new angle?
Best of shit is still shit.
Yeah.
There's no best of on the show. You don't get to use the word best.
That's why they fired Scott the engineer. He doesn't have to cut up best of anymore because there is none.
This is an oxymoron. Remember when Gary got his new headshots right before they went on the break?
I don't.
I sent a self-addressed stamped envelope and letter to Fla asking for a signed copy. Updates to follow. Okay, Melvin. He has some nerve. He should be asking for your headshot, Melvin.
Yeah.
That's how that should go.
Exactly.
If I were running a show, I would hire Melvin way before I'd hire Gary. That's for damn sure. As a joke writer, as a producer, as a research guy. Yippee. Chubby in the house, indeed. Babe Lewis. Yes, I heard it talk about Broderick and New Arm had been all over this for many years. Babe Lewis. It's just that Babe Lewis, the timing of it, like exactly who's thinking about that? She's into this. She did a Depp story. She's into the same shit we're into. Like, it's ridiculous. It's there. She has to be hovering around. She has to be. She's this Long Island yenta. She so fits in. When I read that article she wrote about Howard, I'm like, did we write this? What the fuck? That was not a normal Stern fan. That was someone tapped in.
I'm trying to think of Irish Catholic ladies in our chat. It's like Flamered. Is it Flamered?
She went to Catholic school, as a matter of fact, in Long Island. She kind of humble brags about that. And I watched the open. She had like a 3-minute intro into what she's good though. She's scathing. Like, she does not hold back.
I like her
she does
writing.
not. It's not mamby-pamby. Like, even she interviewed the guy who did the Depp interview, the last Depp interview, and she was not kissing his ass.
Good for her.
She was not kissing his ass. And she knew a lot more about that. She has to be listening to the Depping. It was not a normal Depp fit. She knew a lot. She somewhat impressed me. I'm like, what? life had been fully imitated with Sarah Jessica. This is Melvin writing this, being judge at 2001. Who pulled the strings for that imbecile to get that spot? God, send me the link, Arm. I'm ready to rant. Johnny Rondo. Would any media company hire anyone from Howard Stern? We're going to get to that, Johnny Rando. Johnny Bye-Bye is the best. Thank you, sir, for all that you've saved. Bon Jovial and I really sung your praise last episodes for all that you do. He owes you so much for the drops we have. It really is insane. So anyway, Sarah, before I get back to this, Sarah made these. So when you donate, this is what you'll get. Made those. That's one. This is another. There's going to be more to come. This is what's out so far. Man, that was so good. That's a really good start. That Depp one was really creepy, right? It was like AI.
That right? Yeah. Was that actual footage of Prince MBS like making it rain over Johnny Depp?
We should write that as a caption: Prince MBS making it rain for Depp. That's so fucking clever, David. Great callback.
Oh, I love it.
I'm gonna send Callahan some Prince MBS Depp affiliations and
totally.
Beachy cold clean stuff. I want to see somebody else take that on besides me. Horatius, welcome, sir. So the deal is, Chubby, the super chats or the cuts that YouTube get, there's this weird thing where we have to fight this suspension of them using that. So for now we're using the QR code, Venmo and stuff, and then buy me a coffee in the top left. So on the bottom, Sarah writes here, if able, please donate via Cash App, upper left, Venmo, upper right, or at the buy me a coffee address in the middle. Thank you so much, from manager Sarah. So that's how we're doing it now. The fucking YouTube VIG, the Sunny Red-esque VIG, we ultimately would love to cut them out, because it is ridiculous. Sticking it to the man as in general, but that's how it is. So right now, until we sort all this out. And I want to thank Bon Jovial too for his videos as well. He should be along later. We'll see what happens. Again, it is not. Thank you, Horatius. Good to see you as well. And Clay Dabbler. You could use the NLOS super tip system. I think Sarah's working on that, Clayton. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your advice and your guidance. Thank you, Chubby Pickle. Thank you. Okay, so here's this article from the Hollywood Reporter.
4 p.m. Eastern Time. The writing has been on the wall for well over a year now that SiriusXM wouldn't be renewing Howard Stern's colossal contract, and his employees have been taking advantage. Coasting on the clock and trolling for new gigs, 2 current show staffers told the Post. This week, reports surfaced that the Howard Stern show's 19-year run at SiriusXM was nearing its end, with his $500 million contract expiring at the end of the year and an audience that's apparently dwindled from 20 million a day to 125,000.
So far, those 2 paragraphs, it's not flattering to leak that.
No.
You could, and you know how these idiots, how these assholes work. They're gonna go,
right.
Oh, we planned all this all along, and you walked right, the whole Dr. Doom bullshit that this cliffhanger stuff, because they go away, right? They go on this super duper, and again, when you're working 1/4 of the year, you're going to be relevant the whole year.
Right.
They work 90 days. They're working 365 days in a year. They're basically working 25% of the year.
Right.
You're irrelevant anyway.
Yeah. I mean, even if you're getting, the latest, first of all, you're only getting mainstream celebs promoting legacy media, studio, and network TV and music projects that no one really cares about, because everybody's kind of found their favorite parasocial influencers and content creators on YouTube. So it's really only speaking to older people at this point in terms of the people that they're interviewing. And as you said, it's like, yeah, you're not going to get, if you're not, it's the same with YouTube. If you're not consistent, then people are going to fall off because people, eat content like they can't get it quickly enough,
Not only are you not consistent, but when you are on, it is a dumpster fire. So you're on a quarter of the year, and then that's a dumpster fire. And then on top of the dumpster fire, you think you can take casual Wednesdays.
Right.
So even when they're on, he's in the mode like, oh, I get this do nothing Wednesday. No, you're on 1/4 of the year. You make them all count, or this is what you get.
Right.
And then there's this whole thing like, oh, he's rich. He didn't retire. What does he care? He's so rich. He doesn't. Howard's counting his money. Okay, well, what? First of all, is there anything worse, David, than other people getting excited about other people's money? Like you get a cut, you're not getting a cut. You don't. When he signs, you don't get a percentage. It's like with athletes. I see this in the sports media all the time. It drives me insane, and it's gonna make me want to call into these shows again to make my comeback and scream at all these guys, whether it's the commentators or the announcers. All these, they get giddy when athletes sign like huge deals. You're not getting the money. You're not like, oh God, go get that money. Go get that money. $50 million. Yeah. First of all, you don't get a cut. Second of all, more money these guys make, the more complacent they get, the worse the product is, the more you get load management, the more they think the game is beneath them, the more they start going into other endeavors, and they don't even want to play anymore. So they're faking injuries. They have this brand they're trying to preserve that's nothing to do with getting on the field. The more money players, entertainers make, the worse it is for the fans across the board. The worse it is for everybody because they that fucking fat and avaricious, arrogant, entitled, and they don't complacency, and that leads to shit art and no product for the paying fan.
Right. I have two thoughts. So the first thing, do you remember those Warner Brothers cartoons where there was like the big, tough, macho bulldog and then the little yippy dog that was like, oh, you're so great and everything like that? That's what that reminds me of.
Yeah.
Is, you don't, as you said, you don't stand to gain anything monetarily, but
they think it translates to them.
Right.
The money.
Yeah. And I don't know if it's the public display of being happy for a rich person getting richer somehow will.
It could. Some of that, yeah, that's true. Some of that is like a, like a what do they call it? A robber baron attitude.
Yeah,
that you think you're going to be that guy. Yeah.
They're going to somehow manifest like, if I put it out there on my broadcast that I'm happy for them, it will somehow magically lead me into their circle, and they'll be like a hanger on of this rich person. But
I don't begrudge anybody for getting the most money they can get. Fuck you. I don't. You. Every time someone says that, it backfires in their face. Right. You get someone like Howard. This is what you get, or Deshaun Watson. This is what you get.
Well, and to the analogy with the faking injuries thing is Howard comes on the air and it's like, oh, I didn't sleep at all last night, and I don't want to be here.
That's a brilliant thought by you. He's the equivalent of load management. That's exactly what he does. He fakes injuries like an overpaid athlete does now.
Yeah, and it's kind of evolved from the shtick he's always had of like, his life is so miserable, no one knows how much he's suffered. Not even to do with his childhood, but even the day-to-day living of, I didn't get any sleep last night and I don't know what's wrong with me and I'm fat. It's a way to kill time. It's a way to have the excuse up front that you're not going to get any good content today because I just had it's like, as you said, you were off for 10 days and you didn't come back raring to go. That's insane.
He's got and then missing all these current events, not only not coming back raring to go, and then insisting on Wednesday, this is the job. I mean, we do this cleaning out, but I'm doing this. I'm working hard at this. His cleaning out the computer is the implication that I have nothing to give you. I have nothing to offer you. My staff is just going to throw random shit that didn't make the cut the first time. This stuff counts. My cleaning out the computer is top shelf shit that I want you to hear. That is, and it's just kind of goofing on that. But he's giving himself Casual Wednesday, working a quarter of the year, making that kind of money.
It's the 3 times over insult of I'm not on every week, and on top of that I'm not on Thursday and Friday, and then on top of that Wednesday is decompression day. I got to let off some steam. I work so hard on Monday and Tuesday, so I'm barely going to be a presence, and I'm going to let the clips do all the talking on Wednesday.
To make it worse, he does it Monday too. He'll come in and like, oh, I'm tired. I'm not going to. So he gives himself a kind of like, I don't know, like you would go work at an office type of place where Monday is like
get your sea legs back.
Yeah, let's get our sea legs back. That's good. Yes. So he gives himself his sea legs, and then maybe Tuesday he'll have a guest on. Maybe.
Right. So if you are listening to the Stern Show, Tuesday's the day to tune in, because the hill he has to climb on Monday to get to the peak of Tuesday, and then the sort of like, lollygaggingly rolling down the hill of Wednesday, to be off for another like 20 days.
Just meandering.
Yeah.
Just random, I mean, you talk a show literally about nothing. I mean, if Seinfeld's got nothing, this is the show about nothing. And that's how, if any of this is real and executives are, and even if it's just investors, right? Or subscribers, how do you negotiate with a guy that I said this, when you get the survey in the mail or an email, the very first thing they say is, why are you canceling? The Howard Stern Show sucks and it's not on enough. That is on every single survey.
Yeah.
So what leverage could you possibly have if that's on all the time? And they're all saying it here. Johnny Rando, Two Master, that 125,000 seems really high. It does. I don't even think we heard from Sabian that he was lucky to get 60,000 in his last days. Being Howard's
being in Sirius,
shield.
Right.
Sarah says here, no real. By the way, in all the donations, guys, no real names will be posted after the donations. That's unless that's your name here. So that's Sarah's promise to anyone to the donations.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we're going to play those videos that Sarah and Bon Jovial made. So here's some more of this. This is again Hollywood Reporter. This for some reason got a lot of attention after the initial story from The Sun, and everybody drafted on it. So nobody even does their own journalism now. It's usually somebody has a scoop, and then everybody drafts onto that scoop, and then
they're counting on The Sun having checked its sources, so
yes,
that they can.
Yes,
yeah, right.
We think The Sun checked their sources, and we trust them. We don't care. And more money, no problem. Says that's good, Chubby Pickle.
That's good.
That's very, very good. BIG was so prophetic with that dropping loads management. Says Two Master. I visited Gunk for the first time in months. This peak is crazy. How many people left? Yep. Well, we're lucky to have you, Radio Gaga. That's for damn sure. Thank you, Nick. I agree with you, Arm. It's almost meant as a team when I agree with you more, Arm. If the team owners didn't get the money left on the table and the athletes, I know the owners know it too. The owners know that the more they overpay these guys, the less product, especially in the NBA, that it doesn't translate to what's going on the court, and they become a brand outside of what they're doing on the court. And it is the most toxic. Take an entity like ESPN. They'll overpay for the rights to the NBA or the NFL, and that money goes to the athletes and the owners. So that means the athletes are making more money from that, and then those networks go and they fire the people who just rooted for the athlete to make that money. So some jagoff is going, you go get that money. You go get that money. Right. I want you to make as much money as possible. By the way, hey, Steve Young, you're fired. Bye. We can't pay you anymore.
We're kicking the ladder out from under you.
But bye. And so I love Steve Young. I don't know if he even said that. I almost wish he did, but this is what these guys do. And it's Jalen Rose is a perfect example of a guy who, you get that money. Wiggy hates his staff and everyone in his pathetic life.
Can you go back to Melvin's comment a couple back up? What you're describing is called aspirational identification.
What you described is called Thank you, Melvin. Melvin's underrated psychology.
Yeah.
Describing is called aspirational identification. It's the idea that people support the root for the wealthy because they imagine themselves in that position one day.
Right.
Hashtag the rape is paying off. Therapy is paying off. That's Sean Connery. Remember that SNL sketch where he goes, the rapist.
Yes, right. Yeah. That's interesting though. I totally
That's great, Melvin.
I see that in a lot of media personalities, right?
Aspirational identification. Yeah, I mean it is the worst. Ask Richie Wilson if he cares about the staff. Yeah. That's right, A. Smith.
Some of the show's writers have been their best jokes for themselves, to use after the show's eventual demise, one worker said. Most of us have been coasting.
Okay, let me say on that. That's coming up a lot. Best jokes for myself, like we just said before. You can't, the best of crap is still crap.
Right.
Who are you saving it for? Colbert's going away, which begat, we would imagine, Kimmel, Fallon, all these. The only thing that the people on this show think that this show somehow translates to conventional talk shows. Who are you writing for? After this dust settles and this juggernaut maelstrom of wiping away these traditional comedy talk shows, who exactly are you writing for now? Right. If what I hear is going to happen, who's hiring you to write what? Is Bill Maher going to hire 90 people for his HBO show that's on once a week? His staff has been the same since I remember him back for Politically Incorrect on Comedy Central and then ABC. Who's going to hire you? Why?
Well, and I wonder if they think that like Kimmel's going to be our new daddy because of his idolatry of Howard. You know, I mean, even though
they all think in the back of their minds, they all think that Kimmel's going to hire them. They do. They all think that. And they all think because of the idolatry of Seth Meyers and fucking Fallon, and they're going to work there too, because it's those two shows are in New York, and they think there's this crossover. So, but again, whether this is fake, let's just say let's just to be entertaining say this shit's real, and maybe some of it. And I hope some of it is. There's some contrarian people on the staff, and that I think the ones that lean right, they're like it's like Benjy Memet, Sal to some extent, and if they're leakers, it's those guys. They love attention. They want contrarian attention, and if there's leakers, it's those guys. I think without question.
Yeah, I mean, they're close to retirement age themselves now.
Benji's almost 60. I was thinking about that today. Yeah,
I mean, you know, so their boss, who should have retired, 15 years ago, has stayed too late to the game. It's almost like a woman who lives to the age of like 108, and she has to watch her grandchildren die before her, like of old age.
Oh wow, we just had a conversation about that. We said that Howard's going to outlive Beth.
I could see that.
I don't want to bring up my sister and I had this conversation about my own mother.
Yeah.
We go, she's like, the only thing she knows how to talk about is the house. Her house. She doesn't know. There's nothing else. She's no other hobbies. There's nothing else going on. There's no other point of intellectual curiosity about anything. It's just the house, the house, the house. And I'm talking to my sister on text. I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if she outlived. I had a grandmother who lived till she was like basically 100.
Okay.
And I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if she outlived both of us. And so it took me back. I remember hearing Joy Behar talking about like mortality and stuff and death. Yeah. And she's like, if you want to help your kids out, you don't give them money when you die. You give it to them when you're still alive, because you don't know, you could outlive them. What good is money going to do them when they're 80?
Right. That's a really good point.
How do you advance? You'd want to advance yourself when you still have good years ahead of you. If you wanted to like leave your kids something, leave it to them before you die.
And that is kind of the ultimate fuck you that Howard has enacted on the staff members that have been there since the late 90s, is that he's surpassed retirement age by 15 years or 10 years or whatever, and he's dragged them with him to the point that you're close to you could basically take early retirement now. There is no show for you to move on to, even if they existed. Like, those traditional talk shows are going away, but even if they were here to stay, you're not the demographic of comedy writer that they're looking for.
No, I mean, that show doesn't translate. We talk about this all the time for years, especially now.
Yeah,
that show doesn't translate to anything. So if you want to keep your job in show business, and there's so few of them now, you're not going to bring these people, and you're going to be like, show me your sizzle reel,
right?
And I'm going, guys, I listed the Stern Show has been, for all metrics and intents and purposes, has been god awful. Everybody knows it. Everybody sees it. I can't do anything with these Bonnie Mund jokes. Right. What am I going to? This is not, this Adam and Eve channel. This isn't the Playboy. What am I going to do with this? It's not funny to anybody but you. And I don't even think it's funny to your show. All your fans have abandoned you. So I don't know who this is for. You're writing for one guy and one guy alone. This does not translate to what we do here. I can't hire you. What is this? At least
also,
someone like Sal writes like roast jokes and stuff, and they're sometimes effective.
Right. Well, and the problem with Sal's roast jokes is that they're only funny if they're related to the.
But how many roasts you gonna do?
Well, right, but they're only funny if they're related to the Stern universe, because he's so bitter. So he's saying something controversial under the guise of a joke, and it's effective, But when it's about any other topic, he just comes off as kind of a try-hard as a comedy writer.
But when they do jokes on this show, there's no metric. It's not like you're testing it on a live audience, or there's like comedy experts sitting there going like they're in such a bubble. They're not subjected to criticism or ratings or any. That is the worst people in the world to test market anything comedically. They're not under any kind of scrutiny or metrics.
Right.
Or there's no quality control. Why would they have nothing? They have no accountability. Why would you ever take their word for it? Nobody's laughing, and I mean nobody.
Yeah, you've basically been doing a cable access show in the basement of a billionaire for the last 15 years, and
that's really good, David. That's really poetic. That's what it feels like.
That's a huge.
It feels
mistake.
Like those old New York, Manhattan cable access shows.
Right. Yeah. You've been
so funny.
You've been doing the Robin Bird show for the last 15 years.
First of all, you're a millennial, so we think.
Right.
Second of all, you grew up in Cleveland and moved to LA. How on earth do you know who Robin Bird is? You have no right. You have no right to know who Robin Bird is. You have no right to speak to me so kind. Finish it, David. One day I'll find myself looking in your eyes. But for now, we'll go on living separate lives.
Oh, man.
Ooh, so typical. Love leads to isolation. Here's maybe, 10,000. I don't know, Horatius. I don't know. We'll never know. It is.
Sherry O'Terry played Robin Bird on SNL when she was on.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you were curious. You love Sherry O'Terry, by the way.
She's my favorite SNL female cast member.
Mine is Jan Hooks.
I love. Yeah, that's a close. They're probably tied because I do love Jan Hooks.
Kristen Wiig is fantastic too, but Jan Hooks is my favorite.
Yeah.
Who listens to the other channel? I don't know too, Master. I canceled in 2014, says PC23. Welcome, sorry, after Eric the Midget died. Serious customer service is worse than Priceline. They asked why I was canceling. I said, Howard Stern just isn't entertaining anymore. And they know this, and they have this on pamphlets and surveys and shit. They know exactly. They wouldn't put it on there, and how that's not shoved in his face at all is crazy.
Well, the last thing I want to say is that even if they figured out like YouTube or TikTok is the most watched platform for comedy, the style of comedy that Gen X has kind of created with just so much quick editing and like
has passed that show by, right?
It's come out of like Vine, and it's come out of like it's all short form, like really tight editing stuff, and
Howard's too slow for Kimmel and Fallon,
right,
and what you're describing, right? So that's sort of like hip millennial, that bullshit,
yeah,
right? Howard's too slow for traditional comedy. He's too slow for like Bill Maher's show.
Exactly. So there's so many walls between the staffers and continuing a comedy career that pays a living wage when the show comes to an end, that, you know, I would just look for another job, honestly.
The worst thing is they think they're entitled to a living wage. They all think because they worked on that show that this god of show business and entertainment and comedy writers owes them a living. That this is some earned comedy capital that they've accrued on the show. This show translates to nothing. This is like working on college radio. I mean, like, I think you had the greatest thing. I think it's like working on a cable access show. This translates to nothing. David, that was brilliant. I really think this is like, I think it's more credible to have worked on the Robin Bird show than the show.
Right.
And put that out there in the showbiz ether.
Right. The problem is that it's the trick part of it is that it's a crazy, you know, Howard Hughes-esque billionaire who is producing the cable access show. And so you think it's what Melvin said about the aspirational identification, where it's like, well, all right, so it's a cheaply, shoddily put together show, but the man behind it is super rich, so he must know what he's doing, or he'll make sure that we can make a lateral move to Jimmy Kimmel when this is all done, you know?
Well, that's another great point. I mean, that's the conversation that's gone on in and around whatever you would consider this is a fake story and they planted it, and maybe some of it is and some of it's not. They're so hateable and so wretched. I don't want to figure it out. I just want you to go away, and everybody wants you to go away. So all you see is, it's like, he's still on? Is he relevant? The show sucks, and he's rich. Those are the three things. Those are the only three things you read about in all the comments section. That all the what do you call them, David? The what's the term for the clout chasers, right? Tamara Francois asked me the last time about, she has a friend who wanted to start a podcast, and I was giving advice, and I said, you have to have a ballywick, you have to have an area of expertise. It's something that you specialize in, and if you don't, there are these clout chasers, and basically it's in a very fancy way of saying posers, and they're sort of goldfish brains that pop on to the current thing in the moment. I saw it so much with the Depp trial and a lot of the legal people and people trying to jump on the Depp bandwagon, and that's what I do, you know. And I'm like, it was just making me throw up in my mouth, these people that were trying to talk Depp and just doing it. So they jump from Britney Spears to whatever the hot story is, to Epstein. They don't really have an area of expertise, and that's the clout chaser podcast. Howard's worse than that. He's afraid of current event stories, but there is no premise. It's you're appealing to this goldfish brain, out of touch billionaire, the people who quote unquote write for the show. And then he comes on and just dilly-dallies and speaks dispassionately about, you know, transvestite TV and washed up reality show, talent, AGT and all that garbage, and Dancing with the Stars. It's none of that translates to anything outside of the show. It's even worse.
It is amazing how the tidal wave of goodwill that Howard built up in the 90s and maybe kind of into the 2000s with Artie, that wave has yet to plummet to the ground until just about now. Like, you know, people should have come to this realization about him as we say, like after Artie left, maybe even before, while
the
Artie
insiders like us do. I mean,
right.
I want the people who do this,
But the collective, the collective sort of all over the world wave of his goodwill is just now hitting the sand. It's just now plummeting to the ground. And
well, you're getting outside the orbit of, and again, I mean, those people, like, what I see all the time, everywhere, from whatever social media thing you're on, is he's still on. Who listens to this? Oh, his show's horrible now. The last time I saw or listened to Howard was blah blah blah. And so that has to be, if you're serious, if you're the investors, if you're management, that's all you see. How are you not monitoring that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I said this before, where it's almost like Howard found a trust fund daddy in SiriusXM that
he signed a lifetime contract in 04, in the fall of 04, and right to refusal. Well, they have to make him a non-embarrassing offer. Each time, every 5 years, they got to make it. So it's basically signing a deal with the devil, a lifetime partner contract.
But in the same way that, like, the son of, the child of Warren Buffett has a trust fund just because they're related. They don't have to do any work for the money. That's the arrangement that Howard got with,
the bare minimum.
Right, exactly. The bare minimum of just, not, and he even, like an ungrateful child, badmouths daddy SiriusXM in the press, when he was getting sued, and they still honor contracts even if he thinks they're too low. Like,
well, you said another brilliant thing. Like, he's alienated all the networks with failure after failure whenever he tries to go outside a radio. So he's going to do that. He's going to alienate everybody. You're going to regret where he's going to bet, and then he's going to probably sue you because he's so arrogant, so elite, and so entitled that he's going to think he was financially wronged in some way, and you will be sued because he thinks he should have all the money. When you're that megalomaniacal, egomaniacal, you think you're wronged all the time, every day, and you just sue people. When you have a team of retainer lawyers, you could just sue people all the time, and it means nothing.
Right. Yeah. And it's just a flex of power to still feel like it's sometimes I think it's not even about like squaring everything so you get the money and the universe is back in balance for you. Sometimes I think it's just about, I can flex this power. I can afford to flex this power. And so I'm going to do it. I don't care if I get the money. I just want to scare them. And, maybe
his whole identity is steeped in how wealthy he is now.
Right.
It's all it's all people talk about. If there's anything that's a backward compliment, it's just how wealthy he is. There's no other compliments. It's all about how wealthy he is. If there's anything resembling anything like a compliment, and there's none, it's really just, he's got a ton of money. That's all. He's rich guy. There's nothing about product. It's rich guy.
Right. And like you always say, if he had been completely open about his 1%er life, that would have salvaged
that's
the
the only
show to some extent.
That's the only thing that can make this show interesting. Really, truly. If he came in and goes, oh my God, you have no idea what it's like. I have 2 full-time chefs and they came in and whatever. I'm in the Hamptons. I'm so isolated from any kind of like shopping or anything like that. We have Chubby Pickle bringing in, thousands of dollars of groceries by truck, and we have in the wine cellar we have this, so we don't have to go out. And in case of the greatest thing, it's that he loved COVID so much, because I knew it, that he was dreaming about COVID. How can a narcissistic agoraphobic stay inside all the time and get paid for it? That's how you're hoarding square footage and mansions and shit. That was the day he was waiting. He loved it, and he's an excuse to stay home all the time. Now, he loved every bit of it, and still he's still hanging on to it. He loved it so much.
And I never understood his reticence to share details about his 1%er life, because Oprah does it and the Kardashians do it, and they're not hated.
It's not out of modesty. It's because he thinks his staff doesn't know how wealthy he is.
Oh, fair.
He thinks that, if they know that I just spent $40,000 to renovate Beth's closet, Steve Brandano is getting $30,000 a year, and works 10 times more than I do.
And unlike Oprah and the Kardashians, Howard's staff have a microphone to the world to call him out on it. So yeah, he doesn't want that.
At some point, they're gonna quitter. That's right. They're all gonna have pot by the time, if any of this, whatever NDA drops off, they're all gonna. I always say with an NDA too. Once the whole point of having an NDA is you don't admit to having an NDA because that's. You know what I mean? Like you would never admit to having it because you're exposing the person as something to hide. So part of the NDA is not admitting that you have an NDA.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If I say, oh, David, that last project you work on, you have an NDA. Like I know the guy has something to hide. You just worked for Kevin Spacey and you have an NDA.
Right.
He's got something to hide.
Yes.
He's diddling, 17-year-olds.
Right.
While you're composing.
Exactly. Yeah.
You have an NDA, so you don't, because he has something to hide.
Exactly. Right. And I mean, it's like I may not even know what the secret is that I'm keeping.
But so he's going to make sure that you don't.
Don't even tell that I have secrets, even if you don't know what that secret is. Right.
He's also such an elitist piece of shit that he doesn't think you lay people deserve to know what he's up to. I'm not only going to be like have security around me at all time and no eye contact. I'm not even going to tell you what I'm doing because you don't even deserve to know what I'm doing.
And you know what? It's so stupid too, because it's like, we
can imagine.
Well, yes, but also like there's a way to, you saw this all the time in COVID too, where Meryl Streep is broadcasting from her very luxurious living room in her apartment in Manhattan. And it's like, all right, we see a little bit of it. And then I'm sort of like not curious to see the rest of it. Like people, it's the Streisand effect of like, the whole Streisand effect of they were doing some soil erosion research by her house in Malibu and she didn't want them. And the more that she didn't want them to photograph her house or be near her house, the more that people were curious about going there, so if you give people a little bit of insight, they'll be like, oh, that's cool, and then they'll move on, and he doesn't have to worry about people breathing down his neck about about what he's accumulated.
It's true, because you're building up a curiosity. The more you're trying to hide it, the more curiosity is going to build. That's definitely, I couldn't agree more. That's another great point. Everything eroded in Streisand's life except her nose.
And her opportunity to see me play.
Villataro, you're gonna see 90 podcasts start as soon as if this show ends. I'm telling you, it's gonna be. You think Shuli's annoying, and he is. You know what? He is the most annoying. Never mind. E-Rock, the producer of the Opie and Anthony show, who is also still working at Sirius, believes Howard's team leaked the article. Okay, he's definitely an insider. He knows. E-Rock knows the shady goings on. Like he was in the trenches when Howard was going at, muffling them with Karmazin and shit, not expecting it to blow up in their face like it did. If true, then what a mess. I mean, missing in action. That's a great post. Again, let's just run with it. Let's just run with it. We can fuel bolts.
It's fun to be in hypotheticals. Yeah.
Yep. Howard's severance package for the staff will be a popcorn tin with a card inscribed as Rupert Pumpkin and the phone number of the unemployment office. I bet Shuli will try to get them to do a show in his hack. That's exactly right now. PC23. He is scheming to do that. That is exactly right. Shuli might lose his empire. Say it again. All right, Wiggums.
At work the last year, because we know he's retiring, whether by choice or because he's forced out, admitted one of the longtime staffers who dished to the Post this week. Stern's employees have been putting out feelers for other showbiz gigs, the two said. It's been hard, because the industry is so incestuous, so you don't know who's talking to who, the first employee said.
They did sell their soul, ESG, and it's like anybody else that Howard has it where you're working for them and they make it where it's impossible to interview with other people or because I think he has snitches all over the office.
Right.
So someone like Jason, who's probably chronically like there for life, will snitch on someone going on. So they're all afraid, you know, and they think that it's, and in order to do a good job, you can't be interviewing other people. And they don't do a good job. So it wouldn't surprise me if 88 of them are interviewing
and that's the thing. That's another good point too, is that there's people like Jason there who seemingly could just do what they did for Howard on another show. They're not providing a creative service, and so there is maybe room for advancement on another Sirius show.
Yeah, there's like about 5 of them that have some translatable skills that you might be able to use somewhere else. But is that elsewhere going to be available once this show ends?
Yeah. Also, I saw someone said Gary's going to be 65 and he's unemployable, but he's at retirement age and he's also wealthy. You know, Gary has money.
Gary's been making 7 figures since the first days of Sirius.
Yeah. So he's, you know, he and Mary are empty nesters. You know, their kids are employed. You know, so I think Gary's probably ready to throw in the towel too. I mean,
the first thing the whole Netflix thing with Jackson Delabate, that somehow Howard's going to go down the road of Letterman, where and another rumor is, and this isn't even like, this is just like having it both ways, where the show in January, he signs some weird deal where the show kind of changes. He does, I offered last time, his scenario will be, he does like a once a month interview with, like, if somehow they can land a Taylor Swift, and then his content is reissued again, and they keep, 1/4 of the staff, and it's become some other, like, as if you could even water this show down even more than it already is.
Well, like the Letterman YouTube channel, for example, 2 of Letterman's producers do maybe a once a month thing where Dave and Paul Schaefer will come on and they'll just they'll talk about something in the news, like recently Letterman talked about Colbert being canceled, or they'll just reminisce over clips from the show. So
Conan does that on his
right. Yeah. I mean, but Conan, is still creating new content with his podcast too. It's not just retrospective stuff, No,
but also too, and I forgot to say this last time, this must drive Sirius crazy with what a deal with the devil Howard has, is they have like Pat McAfee, who I don't know if he's like this big sport. He's a sports guy, but he combines like wrestling, and it's kind of it's this provocative sports show that was in very high demand, and it seems like it's on a new. That was a massive thing for Sirius. I think they ran it on the Mad Dog channel. He was in a strata where he demanded, and they decided to not sign him so Howard could get paid. And McAfee's show is way bigger than Howard's show now. Barstool Sports, regardless of what you think about those fucking hucksters, they cut them off. So Howard has it where Sirius can't bring any talent in, and they can't develop any talent because he won't let them. He's so threatened by everybody else. How many major radio hosts do you know when they go on vacation, they don't have guest hosts? That he doesn't have, and so he won't. He's so threatened by everybody. He will kill any momentum whether it's Opie and Anthony or Pat McAfee or Barstool Sports. If there's any buzz, someone like I don't know, was it Alex? I don't know who these new names are. Alex Cooper. That they're like a different entity. So he can't control all of it. There's going to be some people that slip through for a different. But those guys, they cut them. They chose not to ante up because Howard make no mistake, Howard took all the money, and then he's threatened by everybody. So they can't even develop new talent because of him. That's how bad it is.
Well, and I think we'd probably see more if Sirius gets smart. They'll do what they did with Conan, where it's like Howard can't balk about Conan coming to Sirius because he's already an existing entity. And not something that was like a seed planted in the Sirius flower pot, that he can.
No, that's them going after names They get nuts. They get too nuts with Cohen. They overpay these people too in the fucking Smartless podcast.
Right,
that is the most overrated.
That's
I
awful.
cannot believe the hocus pocus those guys. It doesn't even do well on YouTube. It doesn't get a lot of, like, I'm not like super upset, but when you look at like views and that's how they pay these people, you know, in terms of like how they would, no, people don't, it doesn't do well. And I have no idea what they see. It is so mediocre. There's not even a word for how average it is.
It's I mean, it's average boomer show business interviews that is 90% ass kissing and, 10% inside stories because we all work together with the guest at one point, and they're not even told in an entertaining way, Anyway.
Rupert Pumpkin says, Howard should have no sympathy for the staff who stuck around well past the ARP. Membership age, absolutely true, but also too at the same time he wants utter loyalty from and fealty from everybody, but at the same time he's going to mock you for not preparing for the exit. Like you can't. I can't give you utter, I can't rest at the foot of you and give you fealty and loyalty if I'm preparing to leave all the time.
Right.
How am I going to be? So there's that. Like, and anything with Howard ends badly all the time. And these guys should know that. If you're going to know anything, everything ends badly with Howard, except for maybe 6 people.
Yeah. And I think that
everything he touches dies.
Writers who look at Jackie leaving, and that was a disaster. And, I love Jackie, but I think he just probably, after the Stern show, I gather he just kind of wanted his small life in Bayville. And they think like, well, if Jackie couldn't make it big, then I have no chance of, if they're smart, they'd realize
you got to realize too, and I was thinking about this with Artie too today, in fact, while I was taking my 45-minute nap.
Yeah.
There's a quality of life too with this show. And I think with someone like Artie, those hours are a death sentence. She's like, be careful what you wish for. You're working on the show. But Artie went into show business so he didn't have to work those hours. Right. Those hours are the same as the longshoreman with the frozen orange juice and stuff.
Right.
So Artie's on the show, and like within a couple of years, well, maybe even shorter than that, he's going, these hours, I can't even, yes, we end earlier, but my whole day is ruined. I'm just like walking around like a zombie after I get off, and a nap's not going to do it. And I got to go to bed at night, and I can't enjoy anything, and I want to go out and I can't. And
he's trying to want to do some stand-up career too.
Yeah. And I think Jackie used to give Artie that talk all the time. He's like, you're never gonna get used to these hours. You're never gonna like it. It's never gonna jive with you. And I think Artie, in Artie's mind, I'm sure of this, and he's admitted it. But I would love to hear if that was the thing. Like he's going, I hate this. I hate these hours. I got in the show business so I didn't have to work these hours.
Yeah, I read an article recently about a high school, maybe somewhere in the UK, where they moved the start time of the school day from like, let's say 8 a.m. up to 10 a.m.
Yeah, that's a thing, because kids are the test scores are too low. When you take a test at 7:30 in the morning, your brain's not on.
Yeah, and it makes sense to have school end later when mom and dad are getting off work at 5.
It does.
Right.
You don't have to deal with the babysitting. So that's exactly right.
Right. So I'm just saying, like, human beings, I'm generalizing here, but are on board with you that those hours are not it. It's not the time to be.
Well, you're not getting the best work. If you're not getting it, you do it so you can brag that you got up earlier than everybody. Like, is that some kind of, early bird gets the worm or some kind of thing, like where if you're not getting the best work out of the person circadian rhythm wise, what's the point of these? Then you're just bragging that you're getting up earlier than someone else.
Yeah, they're able to walk and keep their eyes open, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be able to, deliver the product that you need.
And radio's so antiquated. They go, the morning drive, bullshit. Some of the highest paid radio guys did not work in the morning, and Limbaugh was one of them.
Right.
Who worked in whatever his fucking hour, 12 to 3 or something like that.
That's Howard's magical thinking. There's something about morning and just it's the thing that he did first that was successful, so he doesn't want to be obliged to try it some other way.
And they could have figured something out where they replayed the show in the morning. I'm talking about terrestrial.
Yeah.
So I think they bumbled that whole thing. I could have been way better on terrestrial.
Yeah.
Melvin said that Trent Reznor is 60 and Sarah would still take him to Pound Town. Yes, yes. Howard is heartless. Howard 100 News received no severance. That's right, Rupert. That was Steve Langford that said that. And again, as much as I enjoyed, they had to know that was going to end badly. They had to know. They had to know that there's no way this is going to go well.
There's how many newscasters were part of Howard 100 when it started? Was it like 10?
Probably 10. Yeah, probably like 10.
Like that's insane. I could see having like a Tina Fey, Jimmy Fallon duo to cover the comedic world of Howard Stern. I'll give you 2 people, but way overstocked with staff for that Howard one.
Who's gonna hire ESG? A 60-year-old fucking Benjy bro. I know. Could you imagine going into? I have no idea. And people who listen to the show know what a piece of shit he is too. Like with just the lateness, and he's such a deviant fucking shitbag that you just like, who's gonna? They're all sex pests too. So you're risking like sexual harassment suits on top of that. And
not only are they sex pests, they are video documented sex pests.
Documented sex. I have a whole folder of that, and we're going to see some of it today. Rosa, the Easter dinner of something. That's right, Melvin. Full sale. Oh God, JD, professional TV watcher. Yeah, it's going to do well. Shock Jock radio is over. Social media spreading the jokes like a virus. I know. All the calls are fake. That too. We can prove that as well. Holy, what? I know. How's football? Howard Stern show is no different than talking Yankees outside. I know, talking the Jonah fucking Falcon. Good reference. Outside of better equipment. How insulting celebrities visit SiriusXM and find out they're being interviewed by a TV monitor. I know. That was in my opening. I'm 50 and I don't know who Robin Bird says Tamara Francois to. And Robin Bird is and like you have to be even older than that. Like it's even. I think Robin Bird's like too old for Generation X. In fact,
it could be. I somehow I caught that wave, whether it was through SNL or just my general knowledge of showbiz.
David again with Autobot into the Billy Corgan podcast. Yes. I want you to listen to the Danny Elfman interview.
I saw a clip from it. I definitely that would be fun to go through. Actually,
that would
maybe on Patreon or something.
That would or for a deafening.
Definitely.
I mailed the Arbitron ratings 10 years ago, and SiriusXM was part of the package. SiriusXM. Oh, I know they get the info. I've heard other shows talk about it. Rupert, I think Opie and Anthony talk about it all. Used to talk about it all the time. The sports shows know what they're doing. They all know. I've heard Howard admit it. They've been caught in so many lies. I can't even explain. We know they know. They think you're stupid. They think we believe they're bullshit. Howard Stern's part-time basement podcast. Kimmel hires his relative. Yeah, Kimmel hires all his relatives stick around and take a pay cut. His show's going to be gone too. It's not going to, and he's going to want to get out. Again,
I'm just hanging in there until this is all sorted out, and then I will.
Will Murray might have a future MIA. He might, but again, you got to realize he's considered the head writer for the worst comedy in the history of the Howard Stern show. That's going to be held against him. That he greenlit all this garbage. But again, it's Howard that clears it, so it's hard to blame him entirely. But he's the head writer in the worst comedy period in the history of the Howard Stern show.
Right. That's a good point too, that Kimmel is close to retirement age himself. I mean, I think he's
Kimmel's Benjy's age. Kimmel's exactly Benjy's age.
There you go. Yeah. So, but I do think Kimmel is enough of a star fucker that he just wants to indefinitely extend his.
I think an underrated part about Kimmel, David, and this is, I'm going to maybe it's a compliment, not just the networking, but his name has been a producer on many, many things.
Right.
He's managed to get producer credit on tons of game shows, and he's fine. He doesn't need that show.
No,
he's been moguling for quite a while with his name and stuff. So he doesn't need, he needs attention. That's why he needs that show.
Right. And
he needs to be like Letterman.
I think that the sort of private attention from all these celebrities is as good as the public attention on his talk show. I don't think he's as insecure as Howard.
No.
And so if it was just private,
not only is he not as insecure as Howard, David, he has guest hosts every night for his show once a week. And he's been doing it for quite a while now. Not only is he not insecure, but he could give a shit if Anthony Anderson's hosting for him, or Dana Carvey, for Christ's sake. Who's better than that?
Right.
Thank you, Radio Gaga. So again, our channel, we got hit with this weird thing we're protesting about a video that in the shorts that and again, I will not take culpability. I followed their directive to a T. And so they do this thing. So we have to fight this demonetization. Anything you do, you can be demonetized. And so for now, we're using the Buy Me a Coffee and the Venmo top left. Sarah has it written down at the bottom. We have lost monetization for the time being on our channel. If able, please donate via Cash App, upper left, Venmo, upper right, or at the Buy Me a Coffee address, buymeacoffee.com/armfund. Thank you so much, the Sarah Man. So that's what we're at right now. And anyone that appreciate, and you will get this, Sarah and Bon Jovial have made these. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so if that's how it's going to be for now, guys, until we get this back. And again, I highly recommend do not cut YouTube out with their sunny red vig. I'm sorry, David, what was that?
Oh, no, we got to get Jackie's actual laugh on the Jackie one.
Oh, totally. I have so much audio in him, we could fill that in. Okay, so let me finish this up.
Take some time to unwind after all this, the staffer continued. I'm a fan and it's been a...
Unwind from what? Exactly. Only some lazy tub of crap like Benjy would say that. Unwind from what? You can't unwind from nothing, and you can't save best jokes from nothing, from shit jokes, from a show that's already shitty. There's no best.
Cough laugh. Wow, that's a really...
I'm going to unwind from a show that's on 20% of the year.
I have
big
to
part of my life.
From my Jamaica. I have to unwind from my vacation to Jamaica. I'm sorry.
For so long, but it hasn't been fun for a while.
Bill Maher had that joke about they used to tell it, I don't know, like when, this is years ago. I remember I was like watching him on like fucking Greg Kinnear at like 2 a.m. and he goes, and then Carol Leifer was actually guest hosting. We got to play late on that Armfeld one time. They talk about that era a lot, and he goes, I read Hugh Hefner is retiring. I'm like, from what? This life with the bunnies and the bed all day is getting. I need some time for me. That's just the show, right? I think this show is worse than Hugh Hefner retiring.
Yeah. By the way, before you play, a while back we were talking about like, stupid Ronnie Mund, like block party comedy, where there's like weird Playboy-esque sex and porn tied into the comedy. There's no outlet like that anymore. There's no Playboy anymore. There's nothing where...
Right, true. The smut couldn't translate to... Right, that's a great point.
Yeah, there's no sort of crossover between like dirty jokes and like very produced
Why do you
pornography.
Need this show for that in any way, shape, or form?
Exactly.
Or the smut. Because it's just done in a way. And I hear it's so funny how they're trying to use the W word with Howard. He's woke. He's woke. And he has Lenny Dykstra on, who is the biggest felonious reprobate piece of shit on the face of the earth. There's nobody less woke than Lenny Dykstra. I'm telling you, he's a like I don't know how many felonies you could roll into. He should be in jail for 45. I don't know, extortion, sexual assault. I can't even keep up with the bullet points of crimes he's committed, and that's a staple on this show. Lenny Dykstra.
They'll catch him like Capone and get him on tax evasion or something.
I know.
It's like he murdered 50. But yeah, you
and
can't.
This isn't a
be
compliment to
billionaire
Howard.
and be
It's
woke.
just that he wants it both ways. He wants you to think he's edgy, but he doesn't want to put himself out. He's afraid to comment on. And again, this is all his doing. This show is whatever he wants it to be. If you can't get canceled, then it's even worse that you're not going balls to the walls with a. Artie said this all the time. He said, you could be, the king of counterculture. You can't get canceled. You can't get, there's nothing they can't fire you. Why would you not just rip everybody a new one all the time? That's him. That is on him. There's no cancel culture with him. There's nobody telling him he can't do anything. That is him being a pussy, and that is him wanting to kowtow to the Learjet liberal elite.
Right. Well, and also the Bill Burr secret to getting away with cancelable jokes is commitment. Just commit to the bit.
Just commit to it. Just own it, and people you'll pull it off.
Yeah.
Right. He's one of the few that can do that. Bill Burr.
Liberals love Bill Burr.
Charles Barkley can do it. There's like 5 guys that can do this.
Right.
You just can't cancel them. There's something about what they're putting out that you just, Don Rickles had that.
Yeah.
Howard doesn't really have. He's afraid. He used to have.
Howard
He's
bails.
afraid he doesn't have. He used to have it all the time.
Right.
He's afraid he doesn't have it anymore. He doesn't know how to wade back, and nor does he want to. He's too lazy. He doesn't have an edge to him. He doesn't know what he is, and there's no putting that toothpaste back in the tube anymore. Right? Once you've bowed out, there's no going back to being this edgy, provocative shock. There's no going back.
Well, the people who surrounded him, who gave him an identity, he either all of them left on bad terms or died. So it's Ralph, Jackie, Billy West, Artie. Those are the people who gave him either a comedic identity or sort of an external, presentation.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Everybody funny is either dead or he is on the red flag list.
Right.
And the show is that he's getting credit for being funny, for in terms of they wrote for him, or Billy West doing Marge Shot. Howard, you don't get credit for that, but I know you like to take it.
Right. And Fred and Robin never gave him any kind of identity. I mean, even though Fred's, quote, a writer for the show, I don't believe that Howard used any of Fred's lines and used only Jackie's lines,
I don't know. I would love to know if an insider could tell us what the last time Fred wrote for them was. What is the last significant writing Fred's done? Right. And again, we're going to do a Fred show, the other Fred show that hopefully you'll be on for, and we're going to get into a lot of that with him. And then Missing in Action says, plus the calls are fake, so nobody's even able to call out the shitty jokes because they're fake. It's exactly right. Holding back show. It's the worst. Even though Howard's show is considered entertainment, they're isolated from real entertainment. That's right. That's the whole problem. Therein lies the whole problem, ESG.
Yeah. Before taking his annual summer break, Stern, 71, hinted in staff meetings his retirement is nigh. The staffers said they've only heard rumors regarding Stern's future at SiriusXM.
I could also say retire from what? Retire from this is not work. I don't know what this is, but it's not work. It's like you're retiring from nothing. There's no heavy lifting here. You would want this to go on forever. This is just stealing money, as cliche as it sounds. This is the very personification of stealing money, whatever the hell this is. Retire from what? You could do this? Ray Stern could do this job at 101 years old. Retire from what? You've heard the pacing. You've heard how little effort goes into it. There's nothing to retire. The retiring is what? From getting up early 20% of the year?
Well, and then broadcasting a Zoom call, which all of us take for free if we have to talk to someone who doesn't live in our city,
Yep. I mean, speaking of Zoom, how insulting celebrities to visit them soon and find out. And I know the publicist, Rupert Pumpkin, must be the conversations they must have after that. How insulting that he really thinks he's so big that they don't care. They have told the publicist, like I went off on the Kamala Harris thing last time, Debbie. It says that Kamala Harris's PR people must have just gone ape shit on Sirius, that they promised her that this was going to move the needle politically, and she put aside, she had a zillion options and interviews to do, and they chose this fucking show, and they wasted hours of her time coming in there and preparing for it and stuff. And that was such a crippling blow to the sway of the show. And meanwhile, Trump goes on Rogan and Rogan acolytes who do way better than Howard's show does.
Oh yeah. I mean, the like Trump, who those idiots, the Nelk boys or something. Like there's so many Roganosphere,
whether it's
people
Tim Dillon or Andrew Schultz or Ozzy Osbourne.
Bon Jovial.
Right now, everyone, Bon Jovial, for Christ's sake.
Radio
Hello, Maz. Thanks for the black guy. Hook me up with some coke, will you?
Welcome, Bon.
Hey, Bon.
Let's see when the first time he speaks.
I know.
Thank you, Bon. I'm sorry about the hour. We're in a weird one this week, aberration-wise. Thank you for coming on at all. I'll do one lyric as Marlon Brando and not another word about fucking Prince or Steve Perry again. That's from last show. That's from last show. Thank you, Tendrils and Johnny Meyer, for doing such a great job last week and filling in. And okay, so here, let me finish this.
SiriusXM, nothing definitive from management or the self-proclaimed king of all media himself. The looming end of the once mighty radio personality comes after a sharp change in Stern's politics. The radio host used to maintain a friendship with President Trump, but came out against him when he ran against Hillary Clinton in...
Again, I'm going to say this again. This political heat shield they use with him, as if that's what killed the show. That has nothing to do with anything. The show is long dead before Hillary Clinton ever came on as a guest. Long dead. Not even questioning. Just so ridiculous.
This is what makes me think they put it out. Like, they're blaming... that suddenly... Howard
it's a backward compliment to them that they're blaming the political nature of it. That says it's not us sucking and having nothing to offer and just repeating ourselves and Howard impersonating his parents and having the same guests over and over again. It's a political witch hunt.
Yeah. Also, the idea that like the demise of the show started when he came out against Trump in 2015, and the demise lasted another decade. You know, like
he didn't come out against Trump in 2015. It took him years. I mean, well, I have that too. So it was even worse. It was even later than that.
Right. I love Tesla.
But the show survived.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, it's everything bad is all on him. He makes the decisions. He tells the material. He hires Marci Turk to be the heat shield. Anything bad is on. You can't blame politics. You can't blame Trump. No. You can't. It is him. It is his decision to be lazy and capitulate to Learjet, elitist Hollywood sect, and be as lazy as possible. And the avaricious, hoarding of. So this. Again, don't ever buy into them making excuses for him.
Well, and it's also the awful combination of appealing to these elitist, fake liberal Hollywood people and still doing the sexual harassment of your male staff with Cocktober and the cum hat and all.
That's what I'm saying with Dykstra, right? You want it both ways. You can't be woke if you're doing Cocktober and cum hat. What is that?
Exploiting your male staff, right?
But it looks like he fails on all levels. Like that looks like shit. But then you're a pussy after that. So then you're doing, wussified, sort of watered down, sterilized bullshit radio where you don't talk about real things.
You are an inspiration to me every single day. You changed my life. Thank you. The fans don't know you, but I'll tell you this, fans. If you love the Howard Stern show, you love this woman, Marci Turk. You worked your ass off, and thank you for that.
Again,
I know that literally hundreds of people worked on this show, and they worked under your direction, and for months on end, and thank you for that.
Don't blame Marci. That is Howard bringing her in as a heat. It is not her fault. She's telling him what he wants her to do. We keep making that mistake. It's not Beth's fault. It's not Marci's fault. It's Howard's fault.
Beth is trashed in that clip, by the way. That's that's really funny.
Yeah.
She looks dialed. Third costume change.
Stern booted Dana Carvin Obama's like, then he got married, then Artie left, and comedians left, and Howard 01 was deleted. That's right, Woopert. The real question is, how much media coverage will he get in his return? I bet no one will report it when Howard comes back. It is, Tamara, it is the most, he knows that he's not going to get attention. And when they're there, he goes away. It's him going away. And then he can't handle him not getting, he sees Rogan getting all his attention with right. Epstein and Trump and all this stuff. And he can't handle it. So they start these awful bits and rumors and stuff. And it will be, and again, if he wants us to know, then tell us how many people listen that day, guys. Release your listeners. Let's see how many people listen. If you're doing this and you want to do this, tell us. Just tell us how many people listen. They're not going to tell you shit.
Also, with any of these people behind any kind of paywall, whether it's Spotify or whether it's SiriusXM, shit's getting really expensive nowadays. And I wonder, if the luxury items of multiple streamers are going to eventually go out the window for everybody because we're becoming food deprived, or we need to make house payments or car payments. None of these shows are necessities when the economy gets really bad.
Especially a show about nothing.
Yes.
Where you have nothing, you're not learning anything, you're not laughing, you're not doing anything.
Right.
We have 1,000 things. We have videos that are 10 hours long that play snowstorms that you can listen to. That's better than this to fill time. Right. Why would, with all the options you have, why on earth would you choose this? If you're going to prioritize things, this is the least priority. This is the lowest priority at anything in the entire world of entertainment. And it should be.
Completely agree.
And yes. David is right. You would cut this right out of your budget. It'd be the first thing to go.
Absolutely.
Let me finish this.
Once a strong supporter of Republicans like former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani and Governor George Pataki, Stern has been accused of going woke and was an infamously ardent backer of President Biden and Kamala Harris. I don't know if it's wokeness that alienated some of his audience, or if he just got tamer with age, but whatever it is, it's apparent no one wants to hear it anymore, the second staffer offered. The political...
And that's a weird one too. That's a pretty scathing thing that I don't see them leaking. It's apparent nobody wants to hear it anymore. That's a blanket statement of like, this show sucks and nobody wants to hear anything. That makes me think some of it's not leaked. That's not a leaked statement.
I think all these articles are a composite of some half.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's a lot of
editorializing. Yeah.
I think he's content to be out there in Hamptons with the celebrity friends for staff. He likes being by famous people.
The U-turn was done to appease the Hollywood elite, the employee said. I think he's content to be out in there in the Hamptons with his celebrity friends, the first staffer offered. He likes being liked by famous people. That seems more important than his legacy. Some ribbed Stern, calling him Hollywood Howie.
The political U-turn was done to appease the Hollywood elite, the employee said. What employee is this? Is this Benjamin on Radio Gunk in 2017? Like, what employee?
Well, I said if there's employees, the guys who are contrarians are Memet, Benjy,
right,
and to some extent Sal. I could almost see them going rogue because their name's not being mentioned.
That's fair. Okay, all right.
And if you were to listen to only the Howard Stern show, you would know that the three worst people in the world are Hitler, Mel Gibson, and plumbers.
Benjamin makes a return, Bon. That's the first time we got a Benjamin drop. Damn, I haven't heard that voice in a long time.
Oh.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Hitler.
I'm a fan.
Bon, that was baby Benjamin we called David. Yeah.
After he started hanging around with the like.
Just don't join the Proud Boys.
No, I promise.
Of Jimmy Kimmel, Jennifer Aniston,
Don't become a Gavin McGinnis groupie.
Jerry Seinfeld, and John Stamos during the late 2000s and early to mid-2010s. But since COVID, Stern's become a hermit, the second staffer said. Everyone knows he hasn't been the same since COVID. He does the show from his basement. And it's been sad to see how irrelevant he's become, the employee added.
You see that again? That's not something you'd leak from the staff. You don't like. That's a straight statement of like he is irrelevant. That's not something you
Sun
leak.
reporters editorializing.
Yeah.
Stern has also suffered immense loss in recent years, with the deaths of his father, Ben, in 2022, his best friend and stylist, Ralph Sorella, in 2023, and then his agent, Don Buchwald, in 2024. Fans have complained for years about the show's dwindle in quality, and Stern's kid's gloves approach with certain guests he once would have skewered. His passion hasn't been there, and that can be infectious, the first staffer said. When your boss doesn't even seem like he wants to be there, it's like, why should I bust my ass?
That's not something you leak.
That's Sal.
There's no way to come out of that looking good. That's not something you leak. That would... Again, I heard stories of maybe Howard writing some scathing email to his staff and stuff, and maybe some of that really got to him, and they leaked some of it, but that's not something you leak. There's no coming out of that looking good, especially for the future and renegotiate and whatever he wants to do. Yeah, Tamara, like you could, she says here, it makes me wonder if they had the biggest perverts on the show. Like you could reveal, you could leak videos of Sal and Richard streaking through Sirius, and they would never work again. You could just send that to everybody. They would never work again.
Yeah, I mean, send the clip of JD asking a stripper over Skype to have her dog lick peanut butter off of her vagina.
Oh, I'm sure people have texts saved, David, of JD in their DMs and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, screenshots of it. Sex-pest, JD Harmeyer.
Stern and SiriusXM did not return requests for comment. According to a Daily Mail report, Stern might make a move to a streaming platform, like Netflix or HBO Max.
That was my
and insists all this unknown is music to Howard's ears. He thrives in this element of the unknown, the source added.
No, he doesn't.
No,
he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't thrive in anything. He doesn't thrive in any element anymore. It's impossible for Terrence Stamp. Son of Jor-El, kneel before Zod. Yeah, he passed away, Terrence Stamp. General Zod. That's not a show we... Could you imagine if I called an audible and we did a Terrence Stamp show and I just... like it did with...
the stream stops immediately and you send me a new link.
All right. So with that, they try to get in front of it. Yeah, buy me a coffee donation. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah said, thank you, sir, to somebody. I don't know who, though. She says, you guys have anything on that? I'm going to play whoever that is. I'm going to play you this. You could choose it in the future. I'm going to play you this. Thank you for the donation. Yeah. And thank you, Bon, for your video help as well. You are immense, sir. We don't deserve you. Yeah, I know. I realize that. I realize that. Okay, so this is the stupid ad. So the Stern Show tries to get in front of it, right? And they go, oh, well, this is our we meant to do this. This is part of an article that just came out. This is like 2 days ago.
Tries to own the rumor mill of his SiriusXM demise. A promo running on the satellite radio giant is leaning into the chaos of the Stern Show's cancellation and teasing that the host himself will reveal all on September 2nd. By Eric Hayden. Plus icon.
Chauncey Hayden.
How about Chauncey Hayden?
Plus icon.
How about Chauncey Hayden?
Right, I know.
That's who I want to
13th, 2025, 6:57 a.m. Taking on the Fleet Street rumor mill isn't easy, but it appears SiriusXM and Howard Stern are giving it a shot. In the lead up to Stern's next contract talks with a satellite radio giant, his 5-year deal was estimated to be worth $100 million a year and is up at the end of 2025. A familiar refrain of "Is this it for Howard?" has echoed a bit louder given his age, 71, and this transitional media moment. This time it was The Sun, with its August 5th air quote to be canceled headline, that sent a reminder that it's once again negotiations mode between the king of all media and his home for the past 2 decades. The News Corp paper, citing an insider that contradicted its own headline, said that Sirius would be offering Stern a new deal, but the two parties are never going to meet on the money.
Okay, thank you. And again, I love Kamala Harris, and I so wanted. So this has nothing to do with me. I'm just telling it like I'm just calling balls and strikes here. By the way, could she look any better for her age at that? They're
going to call you woke, John. Sarah must be just putting her head inside the album right now.
Instead of rape, Ray would call it wake instead of woke. Again, I'm just calling.
I've never heard a guy like you in this verse, this world, say that they love a politician on the air. That's all I'm saying. It just sounded so strange for you to say that. Isn't that politically incorrect Kamala Harris? I just love Kamala Harris.
Doesn't that sound rebellious, though? Does that sound rebellious if you say, I love Kamala Harris? It sounds like nobody says it.
It sounded weird, and I know I can say that because I'm a foreigner. It just sounded weird. I'm sure Sarah's climbing out of the oven now that she's hearing me. She's going, is he white knighting for Republicans?
I said that just to piss her off. I said that just to piss her off. But I like Kamala.
Here we go. Everyone's firing up now. They're all firing up. Look at this, Jade. Nah, Kamala would have been way better than the trash we have.
And Tim Waltz and Coach Waltz. So anyway, I'm calling balls and strikes here, and so is Rupert Pumpkin. Just checked it in. The Stern Harris interview, which was free, 1.8 million views. Trump and Rogan, 59 million views.
Right.
Let's just take that number and let's say that is the difference in those two and the interest they get online and in general. So that makes Rogan 30 times more popular than Howard is. Right? 60 times, 2 goes into 60, 30 times. 30 times more popular. But Sirius would have you believe they're on the same plateau, that they're on the same level. And you're choosing between Rogan and Howard. Obviously, Kamala should have chosen Rogan. Like 30 times more. They look at that. Who knows what but her people, her PR people that plan these interviews, they see that metric now and they are putting a 22 in their mouth saying we got rooked by Sirius. They told us that Howard had a reach of some kind. It did nothing. We got not one vote. He didn't move the needle at all. 30 times the viewers on free on YouTube. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, she should have gone on Rogan or Theo Vaughn, or I mean, again, there's just people who they started.
It's not even a political show, David. They're all grifters, right? Brizzo said yes. They're all MAGA. They're all poser grifters that just move and run on the next thing and clout chasers and shit. And their political opinions change every 10 seconds, and they're all waffling.
And so does Howard. Howard does this.
And Howard does too. And Howard does too. You should be ashamed that you're getting political advice from any of these people. You should be ashamed that any of these people could influence your vote. Whether it's Howard or Rogan, you should all be ashamed that they could influence you in any way, shape, or form politically. You should be well more informed. You should be going to 1,000 that do this every day, that have their shit. I don't have to, but that's politically.
Shame.
That's
shame.
Who's that?
Shame.
What is that, Bon?
Just keep talking.
Shame.
Hey, Brizzo, Sirius is now offering.
Didn't you ever listen to the Stern Show?
Shame. Shame.
I have no idea what this drop is.
Yeah, what is that drop?
Shame.
Tell them. Everyone in the chat's going to be going.
Shame.
We've been hearing this for the last 10 years on Stern.
Yeah, JD.
I haven't been listening. No.
Shame.
JD even did a Barry Larkin-like slide into Monique's DMs, as a matter of fact. Kissing for her.
That's right.
Do we know the other SiriusXM staffers think of the Stern Show compound occupier? Still the Golden Goose Show as a financial ball and chain to the company. It's not a golden goose. I mean, they shouldn't even use.
It's an anchor.
It's an anchor, right, David? It's an anchor in the sense that they can't even hire new people because he won't let them. It's beyond. It's worse than an anchor.
There we go. They're trying to tell you in the chat what that was from. Howard used to do it all the time.
Okay.
Fred would play it in the background.
Okay, yeah, it was one of those drops I didn't really pay attention to. It was I just kind of like.
I haven't listened to the
iconic.
show in 12 years.
Yeah, I just was one of those drops that just wasn't on my radar. I think I would hear it would be like white noise to me. I didn't think it was great.
Thanks for helping me out a little, guys. Yeah.
No, that was great by you getting it. I just you got to remember
little team spirit there, everybody.
And there's no. And I am not. And you have
Arm and I are
right,
the out of touch ones. You know,
you have every right to play that.
It's all right. You set up Brendan. Oh well, now I have to play the goddamn video, don't I? What am I doing? God, see, it's too early. It's too early for this.
I know. I know. You could do just get your bearings. I understand. Believe me, we just talked about Artie and Jackie and the hating the show, being on set. So I'm not one to talk. You can take as much as you want, sir.
This is the equivalent of our Monday show. We'll be much better by Tuesday.
Yes.
That's how Bon Jovial wakes up, as he plays his own videos, and that gives him the caffeinated. So this is what the Stern Show's answer to this. So all the stupid 90 people that work on this show, they throw this video compilation together, and they're gonna do a gotcha to us, and they're trolling us, and they got us, and they understand, and they're gonna come out September 2nd, and they're gonna try to own it and lean into it. So they give you this.
Have you seen this, David?
I haven't seen this yet.
Okay. Oh, you're not going to like this. Get ready.
There's an audio version, and then there's a video version. This is from Jason Kaplan's Instagram, by the way.
Okay.
So I downloaded this from Jason Kaplan's Instagram. So now, also too. So the staff, that something's going, because now the staff, who's never allowed to talk about the show, right? They have to be instructed to. The only thing they're allowed to bring up on their social medias. So they were told by Marci to all promote this.
Of Howard Stern.
The shock jock just got his walking papers from SiriusXM.
The guillotine's coming for Howard Stern.
The tabloids have spoken. Howard Stern, fired, canceled. Is it really bye-bye Bowie? Chaos is swirling at the Howard Stern Show. Did staffers talk to the press? Are writers withholding their best jokes? Nobody knows what's going on or who to trust. Now we can...
They don't deserve to use Beetlejuice in this ad. The whole Beetlejuice era is gone. Like, you don't deserve to use him anymore in this.
I was going to say, when was the last time Beetlejuice was live on the show? And it wasn't.
They tried something with him a couple of years ago, and it was like but nobody cared anymore.
He was already a TikTok star, so
he's a huge TikTok. Yeah, so they just
going on or who to trust. Now we can reveal. All the questions will be answered. All the truths will be told by the one man truly on the inside. Howard Stern will speak. Tuesday, September 2nd. Howard 100.
Well, get ready. What's going to happen is I'll get the show and I'm going to clip the shit out of it, and we're going to do like a today tonight little thing, and I'll clip it and we'll see what he has to say. So, John, theories about him leaking all this to just get some publicity might be true, because he's definitely leaning into it.
Well, he was forced to lean into it right after. We think it's a little bit of both. That so much of the quotes are too damning that they would leak it. It's something you don't come back from.
That's a good point. Yeah, but what's the angle, both of you? Give me your views.
Get attention that he would never get.
How's he going to talk? What's he going to say? David, do you have any thoughts?
Okay, you can go
John,
first, David.
Stop babbling, John. Fair.
Okay, I will give my thoughts. So, I think that joking, like with all articles that come out with something that the Stern Show would not want out there, Howard will mention the article, but he won't address specific points that make him look bad, just assuming that his Marianne from Brooklyn audience won't go and read the article if he is the firewall between them and the article. So like, even if the article we just read says it's gone from, 10 million listeners to 125,000 listeners, Howard's just going to bring up the fact that, like, the article was saying that our political shift is what caused it. Like that, he's not uncomfortable talking about because he likes that he's, appealing to his fake Hollywood, fake liberal friends. So that point of the article, I think he would bring up. But the stuff that the Sun probably editorialized or did actual research on, like the 125,000 listeners, that he won't bring up, but he'll bring up enough points to satisfy the lemmings so that they don't go and read it for themselves, is my opinion.
That's pretty solid. Show. That's pretty. What do you think, Bon?
Oh, all of that was fine. Definitely. Yeah.
It's the same with the Emily New York Post article. He didn't address her saying that, my father told me that everybody's watching us and we need to be perfect. He addressed that, she doesn't date because of her father, because that's less, in his mind, that's less embarrassing to bring up.
He has to make it look, David, that he's controlling the narrative. He's got to make it look like everything's on his terms. They couldn't possibly not need him.
Right.
And he will find a way to not acknowledge, and because he's so insulated from all criticism at all, the people don't know he exists.
Right.
And it's not on, and how, I mean, somebody just mentioned, like, Theo Vaughn got 8 times the views Howard did.
Right.
In his Trump interview. Theo Vaughn. So that stuff will never be acknowledged. He can't admit to how irrelevant he is, not even as a negotiating tactic, but he just is, that he's a master at trying to spin it, that this is, they're walking right. I'm playing chess with the company. He's a partner too, by the way. So it's a whole different deal. And no matter what happens, he's going to spin it into, this is what I wanted all along. This is what I've always wanted. No matter what he's forced to do.
I could see it being something where they initially leaked the sort of Howard is, a political dissenter thing. And then the because it's like Rupert Murdoch's company that owns the Sun and they hate Howard, they editorialized and added their own info. Like,
and they'll blame anything negative on, the MAGA mafia coming for him. Which makes him look like it's a backward compliment.
Right. Again,
exactly
a political dissenter to the people that he's trying to impress anyway.
I think it's exactly. I think he will come back and like Two Mass is saying here, most questions will go unanswered.
Yeah.
Like how long did Bon Jovial could have whipped that up in 30 seconds, Two Master.
Well, they did a good voiceover there. They got someone to do the voiceover and everything. So there's
it's like an ironic voiceover. Like you kind of know he's winking at the crowd.
Oh yeah, it's nasty. But
auto-tuned.
I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I was like, they're actually doing something. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, that's a classic Howard move too, which is that I bring up the article, but I'm not going to address the point that is the most damning. It's that sleight of hand of like, well, I did address the article. I'm not ignoring it, but he doesn't let callers in who are going to protest about him not addressing the most controversial point about it.
He will have heavily sanitized in advance fake callers addressing it in exactly the way he wants. Nothing.
Yeah.
Like he could, like what Bon said. Bon goes, I can't believe they did anything. Bon, the guy's making $100 million a year, and you're amazed that he did anything. Therein lies the problem.
Right.
That's how
and I was
low
getting
the
congratulated by everyone.
That's how low the expectations are.
Right.
That you're dazzled by them doing a 40-second fucking video in 3 months.
Yeah.
That's all you've heard from him. Right? That's how low.
Yeah.
That's how low the expectations are.
Absolutely.
Bottom line is, says Autobot, nothing more than a vacation cliffhanger. That's right. The Dr. Doom shit. They just chose, and again, it's the whole, crying wolf thing. You're just never going to believe. And again, there's been rumors all the time, but some of this is true. I mean, they should want him gone, and the entire audience wants him gone. So all the stuff and all the buzz, people just like, go away already. I don't want your cliffhanger. Stop with your bits. You just get off the stage. Button up the shirt, old man. Get off the stage. You're 71. Know when. Yeah, the leave him wanting a more thing has been torn limb from. That ship sailed.
He's good at spin though. I mean, listen to him spin. How much
he spins it, Bob, but nobody believes him anymore. He used to be that you believed him, but you don't believe him anymore. Nobody.
Listen to him spin. Listen to him spin this about school.
All right.
Yeah.
School sucks, and this is what I've always said about school, because I went to one of the worst schools ever. School sucks because it's prison. They put you in a place around a lot of people you would never, ever be with, ever in your life when you're an adult. When I was in school, I had to be with the worst people on the planet. You had guys who were gang members, drug addicts, 4 years older than me, and they were in my grade. School is prison. It's prison. I used to beg my parents, get me out of here.
See, I never had a problem.
Oh, you're so lucky.
I don't understand what you're talking about. If there were people in the school I wanted to avoid, I avoided.
Oh, you couldn't avoid anyone in my school. They'd beat you in class, and the teachers would hide.
Yeah, so we believe that Roosevelt lied for years and years and years. He's a fabulist. He's a professional victim, and he can take any situation and turn him into the victim and the martyr in every situation. And we believe that Roosevelt shit for years and years and years until he didn't actually go to Roosevelt. He went to Rockville Center, which is 98% white.
Yeah.
That was
I also think the 90s and the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, when journalists were kind of afraid of Howard because if they were at all critical, he would
dox them,
right,
David, before they were doxing. Hold on a second. Let me just set this up. Okay. Let's go ahead. I'm sorry. Keep going.
So, great picture. I think that because he clearly doesn't respond to journalistic criticism anymore in a doxing, reprehensible way, the journalists are getting more comfortable. Like, oh, you know what? It's safe to come out of the woodwork and
I was thinking that too. They're not afraid
be
of him
honest
anymore.
about how this guy doesn't have the numbers anymore, and he's not funny, and he never shows up for work, and the show's barely on. So the Stern Show probably did leak all the political dissenter stuff, but now the journalists aren't afraid to tack on their. I'm saying the same thing over and over. I'm sorry, but
no, you're making total sense. You're absolutely right. I think about that all the time.
Go back to this Autobot. Bottom line, this is nothing more than a vacation cliffhanger. They just do it closer to the contract expiring. How does this help, though, Autobot, in any way? That's my question.
They think it's the attitude of I read that before, that any buzz is good buzz, no matter even if it's negative. They don't have the option.
The CEO Jennifer Witz is going to be sitting there going, "Wow, we really need him back."
No. They shouldn't, and they don't. And they had all the metrics we just read. Like, that's enough of a Kamala Harris, 30-1 in interview for Rogan. And then
so should he just be ignoring it and not doing anything like he has in the past with blackface and so many things?
Everything sucks on this show now. That maybe you're right. Maybe the best move is to just ignore it. Like, that would piss everybody off. Yeah. Right? I mean, he doesn't know how to own anything anymore. And when he does it, it's this cornball fail. Right? So maybe the move is ignore it. That would just piss everybody off.
I also think this is Howard as Norma Desmond in Sunset Boulevard, where it's like
leave it to you to reference Norma fucking Desmond. Oh my God. Yes, everyone. God. He's 36 years old, not 136.
Right. All in the Family was the greatest show. Referencing a movie that came out in 1950.
You hear that, so Tamara? Norma Desmond, Tamara.
Right. But they're a conveyance for this musical content, but people don't care about it unless them as that conveyance are fuckable. Wow. I need to work on my sentence structuring. Thank you, Bon, for this. I was in drag as Christy McNichol for years. I have nothing else to say.
You took his thoughts right away from him, Bon. You derailed anything. His whole train of thought now has been sidetracked.
Putting celebrities' names on buildings. Yeah, people take my meaning with the Norma Desmond thing.
Oh
Johnny
my
Rando
God, I
has a
love
great
it.
line. He goes, I'm still big, but radio is just so small.
right.
I know there is no radio.
Yeah.
He took
I mean,
about
that's a line from Sunset Boulevard. Is I am big, but it's the pictures that got small because she's is that all you Italians know how to do is come up with music words? David, you're killing me here. No, okay.
What? Now he's gonna get to the point where you. That's so great.
You sound a little hoarse today, David. A little hoarse. Have you had a bit of a throat?
I had COVID last week, so. Yeah,
oh no!
Did you have COVID?
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Damn,
bad
I
or
didn't know that.
very bad? Have you had it before or first
I have.
time?
It's always just like a head cold. It's not that bad. Yeah.
Can I make a prediction? You got it from Carolina.
I definitely did. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't. That the unvaccinated Carolinians. I think he got it from Jim Brewer, David.
Right. I do not find arousing in any way, shape, or form.
Is that all you Italians know how to do? Scream and hit?
Were there guineas who watched that at the time? The Golden Girls were like, "What?
Who wrote
That's
into
how
NBC?
You see us?"
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Italians are everybody's asshole. Like you could say anything to me. I'm half grease. You can call me a grease ball and a guinea. I don't give a fuck.
Sophia, the follow-up line to Blanche's line is, "No, we also know how to sing opera and make love."
That's right. Yeah. You and Sarah know the whole dialogue of the Gold. That's right. That's right.
Anger and sadness are legitimate emotions that the more quickly you process them, the faster you'll get to the other side of finding contentment or balance.
He made an emphatic stroke of Byzantine whimsy.
That must have been one during one of the sunken eyes of a raccoon.
What we got was an expensive boondoggle and the makings of a
basic bitch-ish.
David go, no man, uncle, stop guys, stop.
And forgive me, I'm being a homo here, but what network was Monday Night Football on?
We could do this for a long time. Like,
God, Bon, how many drops do you have?
I know, I love him. Isn't he just such a stoic young old man?
David's the best.
Young old man.
He's one of the best well-rounded human beings I've ever met in my life. And if we had a fantasy football league, I bet eventually he'd win that. He'd find a way to win that too. If his brain concentrated on that side of his brain on sports.
Pulchritudinous.
All the guys from my barbershop quartet are dead.
What we got was an expensive boondoggle.
Just as long as the river finds its way to the sea, as long as the robin sings his song from a tree, that's how long I will love you until eternity.
I'm 95, I'm not dead.
These are like back alleyways behind houses where the garbage trucks would collect garbage.
All right, so this staying on the political bend here, right? So everybody thinks, oh, Howard's getting so. When Howard this is 2018, and he'd gotten so lame and he'd gotten so sterilized that it took Sarah Silverman, of all people, to shame Howard into even remotely talking about. And she gives him a beating here from all angles. This is Cleaning Out the Computer. This is episode Clean Up 4. This is Lotus Notes 46. We have Bon Jovial. We have David. Everybody at the bottom of the screen. Am I still running the scroll?
No, I'm turning it. I keep turning it on and off every 5 minutes because it gets annoying. There it is.
We have, for the moment, lost monetization of our channel. If able, please donate via Cash App, upper left, Venmo, upper right, or buy me a coffee address in the middle. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sarah.
Give us your money. Give us your money.
For putting that together. Cannot thank you enough. Anyway, this is Sarah Silverman Trump shaming Howard in 2018, lest you think Howard is some,
This
political.
is classic arm right now.
Yep.
This is your ferret.
It is. This is vintage ferreting.
My show now.
The special was for Netflix, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when did that get released? That was how long ago?
In May, the same month of all the other specials that you watched and talked about.
And I talked about yours.
So it starts off on a really bad note. Sarah finds out that Howard has not watched any of her specials, but because she still listens to this god-awful show, she realizes Howard only watches the specials of A-list celebrities when they come in.
Play that again.
She's
her tone is very harsh. She's ready to fight.
She's ready to fight.
Special.
No, you
You
didn't.
are fucking high.
You are fucking high.
I always say how great you are and how funny your specials are.
But you did not see my special.
Yes, I did.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think I did.
Tell her one joke. Just
I think I did.
Is that
Thank you, Sarah. The remaining arm fund as we speak, $185. That is, thank you, Sarah. I can't tell what's going on with these apps and stuff, but I love each and every one of you. And this is I'm such in bad state. I forget my own medication. This is the Lexapro fund. This is the Jason Kaplan fighting with Ross Zapin fund. I'm on 10 milligrams a day, and I have Envalcertin, which is a lost Kryptonian supervillain. It's almost like General Zod and Luthor had a kid. That is my blood pressure medication for anxiety at the same time. It actually makes me whiz all the time. I realize I have an Asian pharmacist that Tamara Francois recommended, and he's almost like a cross between Bowen Yang and my nephew Sean and Aoki. And he told me, he goes, oh yeah. He didn't even know how to word it. Oh no, you piss a lot on this medication. He said that right at the booth of the pharmacist, like there's people all around. He goes, oh no, that's a good thing. You want to piss all the time.
Oh my God. Just opens up the gateway of your bladder.
Well, I'm just like, I might as well go with it. I'm like, yeah, I have a pee jar I have a pee jar in the car.
Are you still
bring it
doing
in?
the 4 pots of coffee a day, or have you cut back a bit? I remember this. Everyone's.
No.
If you're listening right now, you're going to go. You're on 1 pot now. Okay, you used to be on 4 though, didn't you? 10 years ago.
2. It
2?
was. But it was
you know
like
what they
it
say
wasn't
about
even
smokers.
It was also
ask
like
me how many cigarettes I have a day, and when I tell you, double it.
Do you dream about cigarettes?
Me?
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. What was your height of cigarettes?
Oh, me.
And you would think discretion would be a pharmacist. This guy, he was Asian. He can get away with it. Autobot. He's like, he's like this. He's like, I got to be honest with you. This medication, you're really gonna piss all day because you want to piss. It's good that you piss all day. You need to.
Saying in front of all of CVS, like, listen, the polyps in your
He didn't
colon,
lower
they're
his
gonna be
voice.
affected. Right? Yeah.
He was really young too. He must have been. I don't know how
this is crazy. Let's not get into his age. You're talking about your pharmacist's age and his ethnicity. Wow.
I think I did. I do take it back, but it's like almost worse because.
Why are you so? You know what? When I didn't see your movie one time, you went fucking berserk.
Because you watch every other motherfucker's
No, I don't.
movie.
I do not watch everybody's movie. You've got a chip on your shoulder.
I have a chip on my shoulder with you.
These people are coming in, like Sarah Silverman's one of them, and we would do on Radio Gunk, and Wendy Williams came in a similar way, if you remember. And she was loaded for bear, and she was like a very similar tone to this. And he would get these haymakers, from someone blind. I guess you could call it blindsided. He's never ready for anything anymore. And it was a similar thing. Like, what is this show? God, what am I listening to?
Wendy did something really smart where she said, like, she pretended not to remember Artie's name, so she made Howard say it. Like, I missed the guy who was here. What was his name?
We're gonna do that
Artie.
guys, with Wendy.
Okay.
David's right. She did the thing with Artie where you went like, oh, who's the guy? Who's the big guy that used to be over here? And she knew exactly what she was doing. Yeah, Autobot goes. That's right. With the Amazon returns, or when you like the hotel desk with they used to have Spankavision.
Oh my God.
Teenage tit drapes.
because I love
right there in black and white.
you, and then I listened to you, and you're like, "Oh, David Spade, I loved every part of your book. Oh,
I do.
Bradley Cooper, your movie, you're so
It was good.
brilliant." Yeah, well, fucking watch
What
mine.
did I say about you? You don't even
She goes, "Fucking watch mine."
fucking hear. And there's always some sort of gripe with you that I'm not doing enough. I'm not saying enough about Trump.
David, how much does she sound like Francesca Fiorentini?
Oh yeah, completely. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's the same cadence and everything.
It's the same
about you.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
No, it just that sort of low register with like a little crackle to it.
Crackly, right.
You don't even fucking hear. And there's always some sort of gripe with you that I'm not doing enough. I'm not saying enough about Trump. I'm not saying enough about you. I'm not
Do you
saying
have a
enough about
comments
Becca.
card I can fill out?
I said that.
Yes, there is, Sarah. That's brilliant. Sirius has one all the time. They send out a survey to everybody. That's your comments
Just,
card.
Get serious and then immediately cancel it, and you'll get that survey card.
Movie. What was the name of that movie?
If you watch that movie, I'm even.
Isn't. What's happened
Why?
to
What
you?
have you heard?
What's happened
Why?
to
What
you?
have you heard?
No, I'm telling you. You have a
That weird pussy voice now where he's rattled.
Yeah,
he's kind of, he doesn't know how to. Again, like this is Sarah was like basically engaged to Jimmy Kimmel. She's been to his house. You know, they were close for a while, much closer, and and so when Kimmel and Sarah broke up, they became estranged. So she's coming in here like guns a-blazing. She's not getting the attention she used to get.
thing. Here's Sarah's comedy, of course, I should mention, on SiriusXM's Comedy Greats, Channel 94. Yeah, they play it all the time.
Do I get paid for that?
No, of course not. What's it paid
I mean,
for
just because I'd want it.
I left that in for, again, the residuals. Like an artist is going, wait a minute, why are you allowed to use my content?
Exactly.
Like they're playing stand-up specials of her and she doesn't get shit. I thought that was deliberate. I don't think that was her. I think that was totally deliberate.
Yeah.
I think she's stewing at home. You know how bitter they get. She's stewing at home. She's like, wait a minute. He's not seeing my movie. He's not, and I'm barely, he won't even acknowledge it. Now I turn Sirius on. They're using my stand-up special. I don't make a dime, but Howard's getting $100 million a year. I'm going to shove that in his face.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't you?
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know how Sirius. I mean, I know Sirius has like an ASCAP license to play songs, and then
I don't understand it either. Like a blanket,
license, and they somehow can track like, oh, they played this Billy Joel song, and then they played this REO Speedwagon song or whatever. But then with comedy specials, like those aren't covered by ASCAP and BMI, as far as I can tell. I don't think they are.
That's some musical artist last week revealed what they got from Sirius. I forget what it was. They said that I get something. This Sirius gives me, I don't know what it was. It was a very small number. It was very small.
No, of course not. What's it paid
I mean,
for
just because I'd want it to go to charity.
Yeah.
Who told you to promote that?
I decided to promote it. I work for SiriusXM. I want people to know it. See, you're too critical of me.
Little slap and tickle.
Yeah, I know what you're doing. I get it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You see through me?
I see what's happening.
Oh my God, you hate me so much right
No, I don't. What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness.
What?
She mocks Robin there. Nice.
Robin.
That's great.
So much right
No, I don't. What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness.
What is going on? I love you.
About?
Something's up with you.
To tell you what I told you, and I was like nervous you'd be angry.
I'm not angry with you. I've heard that from a lot of people. A lot of people want me to attack Trump. Oh my God, people in my audience. I mean, I get a lot of letters from people say, don't talk about Trump. People.
So this Project Mayhem right on time, as is par for the course with Project Mayhem, always coming in at just the right time. So this is Sarah Silverman Trump shaming Howard, because I'm trying to drive home to people that Howard and any political discourse or any commentary is not on his own. He was shamed into this by celebrities. He was too much of a pussy to own it. He would duck current events, as Sarah Silverman's about to say, how you didn't know. Again, she makes another crack at him at the end of this about not knowing like what the date is because the show repeats itself all. We'll get to that, but this is showing that any political commentary, Howard was guilted and shamed into it because he was afraid of anything controversial during all this time. And this is to me, I am positive this is the turning point that made him do it. And it shouldn't be that Sarah Silverman is powerful enough to do it, but she got enough attention. She knows enough people. And I think, this hit a nerve. Was absolutely hit a nerve with him when he started doing it. Was very meek the way he was doing it. It was a slow roll of him even comment. I don't know what the trigger was, but it was really just to, if he gets an attaboy from George Clooney via text, that's enough. And that cancels out, 100,000 listeners, sending him hate tweets. He could care less.
All right. Let's go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who voted for him, who like him, and feel he's doing a good job. Then I get mail from people say we should attack him. Everybody has a very specific opinion about this.
Yeah, you have to do what you want to do.
Thank you for that.
It's a cryptic statement.
Well, let's talk about this show.
And you don't know who to believe.
Change doesn't happen that way.
Yeah, well, now you've said it. Now you've said it all.
Now I've really said it all.
By the way, because
what good would his ranting do anyway?
It doesn't do any good.
You're
That's
right.
the point.
You know what? I changed my mind about the whole thing.
Tomorrow I'll rant about Trump for you. How's that?
Keep doing what you're doing. It's just that sometimes in the beginning of all of this, I'd be like, is this a rerun?
What?
Oh,
my God.
Crazy shit will have happened. Then I go, oh, this is a rerun. Oh, no, because they're talking about Bradley Cooper's latest movie, so it can't be.
What? So you're critical of the show? I don't know why you listen anymore. Because I'm not ranting and raving about Trump.
No.
So there's your proof. There was nothing. She's like, I don't know. And we've been saying this all the time. And I remember she's never going to get invited back on us. She's been on since, I think, once or twice. But that was something. She's like, I don't even know. We were saying this all the time. You tune in. And he would duck current events, stuff that was either, if it was hot, he would event it, but then if it would also be stale, so he would avoid that too. Right. So there was nothing about the show that was time sensitive. It might as well. I remember saying it doesn't need to be live because he's afraid of current events. Yeah. He doesn't know how to frame things anymore, and he's afraid to say anything. So she goes, Project Mayhem goes, I kind of remember this time Howard would only say, I don't know what Trump would want me to run. He's a greater. Again, this is 18. So no, Mr. D, that clip I just played is 3 years before COVID or 2 years before COVID. So he was gradually commenting on Trump a little bit before. COVID sent him into because, then Biden got elected. So, but he was worried about, the hypochondriac stuff and the fucking vaccine crap. But he was meekly commenting on Trump before that. But her saying that to him was the shame. And we were saying it all the time on Gunk, that he was avoiding all these huge Trump stories. It was odd. There was no monologue started out with anything you would care about. Like what day is this? Like it didn't need to be live. So that was one. And I think Wendy Williams also jumped on that too.
In the same way that Jackie or Billy West informed Howard's comedic sensibilities, he's got to wait for other journalists and other broadcasters to give their take so he can choose from that buffet of takes about any sort of current event. He's got to wait for everyone else to dole out their opinion first so he can sort of customize his own Frankenstein opinion.
He wants something safe and sterilized. He's getting advice from his lawyers too. So he has this team of retainer lawyers telling him like, it's not worth it. You're as rich as Croesus, even though he can't get fired, so it doesn't matter. But like, you don't need to do this heavy lifting. Right. Just play it safe. Just fixate on fucking Ronnie and JD every day and, coast off into the sunset. And then, you're off for 2 weeks. They're not going to remember. And he keeps playing that game all the time. You don't need to put your hat in the ring for anything. But again, now he's alienated people in the world because he's not even interesting doing it. So he's alienated the Trump MAGA people, but he's not even doing it well. So now you know, it's not even worth it. If you're going to alienate them, you might as well do it well. And he's not even doing it well. He's the worst political commentator. He has nothing unique to say. You've heard it all before from every political outlet you listen to. He's got nothing politically to add to anything.
Mr. D is happy with that.
Thank you, Mr. D. Your approval is the only thing I care about at all times. I love me some Mr. D. We've been waiting for this all the time. This is Steve Brandano. Lets it out that he's got some weird relationship with Debra Stern. She just graduates from St. Louis University, I think. And she's kind of, ne'er-do-welling around and bopping into the studio and stuff. And somehow, Brandano and Marci Turk, and he must be delivering the brandgasm, I guess, to these broads. And that's his way. Yeah.
He's good in bed.
He's trying to, sleep his way to that. So if I can get Marci, if I can get Debra Stern, I'm going to get, we'll find out what he gets.
I love you, man.
He doesn't allow himself any pleasure in bed. He just pleasures the woman.
That's right. And he visualizes Wade Boggs when he does it. This is 2008. I've been looking for this for a very long time, and I finally got it. And we never hear from Steve Brandano on this show. So he comes into the studio and you hear this.
Thank you very much. 2 more calls and then we'll get right to our news block. Let's see. Let's go to Rixie. Rixie, you're on the air. No, Rixie. Yes, Rixie?
Oh, it's Trixie.
Says here, Rixie.
Yeah, that's Will for you.
All right, Trixie, what's up?
I was wondering, how would you feel if one of your daughters was a lesbian?
I wouldn't care. I really wouldn't. I don't think it would bother me if...
That's crazy prophetic. Do you think she's talking about Emily at that time?
I was going to say, is this Emily's girlfriend on the phone, trying to do some...
That's why I left that in there. I'm like, what did I do here? Yeah, I left that in there deliberately because he's about to segue into... But she's got to be innuendoing Emily here. Brandano is a weasel. That's exactly how he's plotting. Is like, if I can get these, he really is.
My daughter was like a real lesbian.
Would you be concerned about her life, just an ability to be happy in a world?
Yeah, I'd be a little concerned because I know people can be rough. Outside of the New York area or the California area, people can be tough on lesbians and really make their lives difficult. But
like Howard Stern,
on a personal level.
What's that, David?
People can be tough on lesbians. You mean like Howard Stern debasing them on his Channel 9 show?
Like you built 20 years of a career of lesbian dialogue. Right. Like you're the champion of lesbians.
Right.
I don't think I would. It's funny. My daughter was, we were hanging out with her boyfriend, my daughter, Debra, and we were hanging out with her boyfriend and stuff. And they seem to have a nice relationship. He seems like a nice guy.
There's some great story. There's some great anecdotal storytelling. What a great rock on tour. We're hanging out with Debra and the boyfriend and stuff, and you're not gonna get just like the worst. This is when he started to get really shitty, closed off about. This is the only thing you're gonna get. I'm surprised we got this much.
I was happy for her. She seemed happy. I don't know if this is the guy she's ever gonna marry, or she's still young. But, it was nice to hang out. I didn't, and I was thinking to myself, well, if it was a girl who was there with her, I don't think I'd care, because I treat these people as their friends.
Right.
And that's the way I choose to look at it. Now, if she was the type where she was like just occasionally dabbling in lesbianism, that would depress me.
Why do you say that?
I don't want that. That's just dirty. Dirty, filthy.
What are you saying?
Yeah.
Do you think he's projecting on Emily right here?
Boy.
Wow, he went from pro-gay parent to homophobic parent in one sentence.
What if God told you that you were special?
Lily Rose is exactly what he's describing, David, right?
So just having random sex with either gender is dirty.
Right. Yes, it's dirty.
That's what he thinks. It's just like, ugh.
If you were
sexual, spiritual, sexual,
exactly.
Like hell, the name of God, my breasts, my white shining legs, my vagina, my asshole.
Got it.
God damn it, that's so over the top. Yeah, it's like if you were a man who slept with 100 women in your life and versus a woman who this year I slept with one man and one woman, you know, which is dirtier, you know?
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Yep.
That's a great point. But in Howard's world, he's had this, and again, he's got to be projecting on Emily at this point. This is like 08.
Yeah.
I think this is her. I think this is the genesis of her lesbianism here.
Yeah, like it'd be one way.
Like
or
if she, okay, let's
I don't want to
say-
like bringing a girl into the bed with her man and doing doing tricks for some dude.
I see. Because you seem to.
Excuse me, just a moment quickly. John played that drop. Brendan.
No, that was
so
he's talking about before. I
me.
played that after that. He knows that's me.
Now you got me.
Enjoy it when somebody's sitting on the couch describing them.
I love it, but not with my daughters. My daughters is a double standard. I want them to be wholesome and pure and not do weird shit.
They shouldn't. Should they dress up for men? Should they role play? Should they do any of this stuff?
My daughter was up here yesterday, by the way. Did you see it? Did you run into
I
it?
did not.
Deborah was here.
Oh, I would have loved to.
Yeah, she's moving out to the San Francisco area for a while, and I was just like so bummed out.
Where all the heterosexuals go, right, David?
Yeah, right. The Castro.
That was so. So this is the only, and I remember like looking for this clip for years. This is the only mention of her and anywhere she lived. Like you go, where's Deborah? Because years would go by. Remember Gary Pup was showing like Google Map pictures of her fucking house with the car in front of it and stuff. We couldn't figure out anything about Deborah.
I would have loved
Yeah,
to.
she's moving out to the San Francisco area for a while, and I was just like so bummed out.
When is she going to be there? I'm going there.
She's going to be there. When are you going? Are you going soon?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll be there.
My nephew's living out there.
Everyone with San Francisco, I'm so depressed about it. I can't even tell you.
Really?
Oh, I love this kid so
But
much.
she's been away.
She's a great kid. She's a great kid.
Also, is Robin going to the witches cult that she participated in San Francisco?
I know. What is she
in the
doing
80s?
out there? What is her life? Her life is so batty. By the way, yeah, this is Deborah of the OD at the Jingle Ball ecstasy fame.
That's what I was going to say. Was like it was Brandano her new drug dealer was that his way to make an in with some ecstasy?
Oh, who knows? He is such a little. Autobot. You're right. He's such an intern weasel, and the intern show and stuff. He's just anyway.
Whatever your vice
he's
is,
considered
I'll
the
find
musical
it.
director, right, David? The
Right,
musical
yeah.
director.
Okay, great.
He's saying he doesn't want his kid. I know everybody else's kids have to be the strippers and my daughters. Oh no.
College.
Hey, that was different though. I don't want her to get set up there and then like think that she's going to settle there. Like that just would fuck my head up.
Oh my God.
San Francisco is a
great
fantastic city, and it's
Great.
an excuse for you to go there.
Yeah, well, I don't.
Yeah,
go
get
anywhere.
off your high horse and go visit.
Yeah,
But I know
she was like, "Hey, Dad, when are you going to visit me and stuff?" But I go, well, listen, I didn't tell you to move out there.
but I know.
Could you picture Howard walking up one of those San Francisco hills with the fucking rigor mortis, and he can't bend down, and then Franken trying to walk up a fucking.
What an admission to the quality of his parenthood that, you know, Dad, are you going to come visit me sometime? It's like, well, I didn't ask you to move all the way across the country, so no. That's
So
your
no.
problem.
No.
You need
And
to
I have a
make it
private
easy for
jet,
me.
right? And I can get on a private jet anytime
Wow.
I feel like it.
Father of the
it's
year.
the easiest form of. I know he's such a great dad.
What you mean? It's a
know what I
little
mean?
girl moving away. It's clear across the continent.
Yeah, but he moved away. It's a thing that
Yeah, but I
happens.
came back. I know what to do. I said to her, I don't mind if you go out there and experiment a little bit and then come back.
Yeah.
I said, but I miss you too much.
Does she have a specific reason for going there career-wise or anything else?
Artie fishing.
What do they do? What do your kids do? Well, they're great kids. They're great kids. I do with the social work and the.
Artie proving here he is not too fat to fish. My God, fishing for answers of any kind.
Spot on, Jenkins. Andrew Jenkins. The reason Howard doesn't want his daughter to go to San Francisco is because he doesn't want to go there. It's all about him.
Exactly.
She thinks it's cool.
She just wants to try it out.
Yeah, she likes the warm weather, and a bunch of her friends from college are going to be out there. And,
Great city, great part of the country.
Yeah.
But I know what
She
you're
should be
saying.
near her dad.
You know, it's weird when you live in New York.
I'm a great guy. What kid wouldn't want to
Who
be?
would move away from you?
I don't even understand the concept of wanting to be away from
When
me.
you live in New York and you're someone's father, where are they going? Why would they go anywhere?
Why would you go anywhere? Steve Brandano was hanging out with my daughter.
Yeah?
You know,
you didn't, Steve. You didn't get it on or anything. Oh man, you didn't try to hit on her, did you?
If Steve becomes your son-in-law,
oh, I have a different thought about that.
Why on earth would he be hanging out with her for any other reason than to really? It's more to hopefully he thinks she's going to get to Howard and he's going to get a raise. Yeah. Oh, I love Steve. Right? This is the only. What on earth would it be his motivation to hang out with her other than that?
Yeah. Do you remember when Sal was first hired at K-Rock, there was that whole thing of like Howard's like younger cousin who could have been like a nephew age was an intern. Yeah. And Sal was just like hanging out with Howard's cousin the whole time and trying to do bits with him and stuff. I mean, This is the same thing. He's trying to get into the family tree. That's
much shadier shit has happened in offices than this. But there's many stories like this about somebody's dating the boss's daughter, and then there's a zillion instances.
Hi, Dad. How are you? Nip that in the butt.
Were you trying to put
I did try to hit on her a little bit.
Did you really?
A little bit. Like, respectably.
You just wanted to see if there was anything there, right?
Yeah. Well,
respectfully.
Respectfully, yeah.
Right.
And how do you do that, young man?
Were you attracted to my daughter?
She's very cute.
Yeah. That's evidently, she's got...
And now Steve has to make it like she's Jennifer Love Hewitt to Howard. Right. Like, even though she's a Rosalind Heights 5.
Right. She's the hottest chick we've had up here, Howard.
She's an old Westbury 5.5.
Boyfriends all the time, so I guess guys dig her, and I don't like that either.
Serious ones?
I heard you were pissed that she had a boyfriend.
I'm a little bit let down.
Were you?
Well,
I didn't know about it until
anything
today.
there?
No, I mean we were just whatever. We were
when
just
did you find out she had a boyfriend?
Right now. Although the guys had said we think she has a boyfriend, but you know,
serious boyfriend.
It is a serious boyfriend?
Yeah.
What can you do?
Yeah. Well, she's still young though. She's only 22. She's probably your age. How old are you?
No, I'm 26 now.
You're too old for her.
Yeah, but she'll realize that this whatever she has going right now isn't what she wants, and then
probably wants you.
Yeah, she wants a guy in a Batman shirt.
I didn't wear this yesterday.
What was that, Spider-Man Day?
I had a feeling you were trying to get something going on with her.
She's very cute.
Would that be crazy?
And she seems pretty intelligent as well.
Very smart.
Real smart.
Yeah.
A lot smarter than her old man. High SATs. What'd you get on your SATs?
Me?
Yeah.
You better not.
Over, I don't know, like I know it was like near 1,400 or something.
Really?
Something crazy like that. Maybe more, I don't know. I forget.
So you're telling me she's out of my league?
I'm not telling you anything. I wouldn't mind if you were my son-in-law.
Thanks.
I actually like Steve.
But you really wouldn't want somebody around here dating your daughter.
No.
It'd be weird for your daughter to have a last name, the intern.
Yeah.
That's true.
She'd be Debra the intern.
Oh.
She'd go for...
When someone says we were just hanging out, what percentage of that means is F-buddies? What is that, 90% of the time you say that? It's basically means F-buddies, and you're trying to euphemize that and sound classy.
You're in mixed company and you don't want to be too explicit, so you cast the widest net possible over what possible activities.
We're just hanging out. We're just hanging out. Right. Yeah, we're just hanging out. So that just leads me to believe that they were F-buddies going into that. She got a boyfriend, and then he's trying to play around using the shitty fame from this show, and they're all just fucking, you know. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
The weird Vodka that Steve Brandano apparently has over these women is in full effect here.
I gotta get that Brandangasm. Gotta get it.
I also love that he throws in and she's intelligent too, you know, because he doesn't want to come off as shallow by only focusing on her looks.
Every conceivable virtue and compliment that you could give, and it just sounds so ridiculous. So anyway, cut to a couple of years later, and I don't know how I found this, and the Marci Turk stuff and I put that together as well with her. I saw pictures of them at some serious event. And cut to this is like the days when podcasts weren't kind of as omnipresent, ubiquitous, as the Jesus Twins would say, as they are now. And I was every now and again I would listen to Greg Fitzsimmons' podcast if I saw. So I saw Maria Menounos and her husband were the guest on here, and I'm like, you know what? there's probably a really good chance they're going to bring up some Howard stuff. Let me give this a shot. So I go and listen to it, and here's what I find out.
You're also the only you and Jay Thomas are the only survivors of
Only
101.
survivors. All the and it's very sad because we lost a few good people there. We got
So this is when they start gutting the Howard channels. They start to like cut,
Okay.
Riley Martin and the
Right.
Pharrell and Bubba and stuff, and the only thing left are the Buckwald clients.
What year is
Jay
this
Thomas
from?
and Fitzsimmons. This is from I think 2013.
Okay.
Ish, just before or just right as soon as the fucking Pelican Brief.
Right. Okay.
Pelican Brief.
Riley
Martin passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a certain point where I was the only guy on the air because
So the show's getting really shitty, and they all know it, and they're kind of trying to dance around it here. Maria Menounos and Kevin are no longer allowed on the show. They are not guests. By the way, Bon, I found that David Allen thing again. It's just it's so they use more creepy phrases, Bon, from the Pelican Brief in this.
Okay.
So when Maria Menounos, David Allen's at the at Howard's
right.
Castle Gay Skull, you'll it's more Pelican Brief stuff.
it was a retarded guy and a guy been abducted by aliens and a drunk and then me, and I was like, what am I?
But I loved it all.
How do I fit
really
into
did.
this?
I loved it all, but I think you're
So Maria,
also the only.
Maria's deemed
retarded guy.
not famous enough for the show. She has been marginalized. She's not good enough for the show anymore, and they're not gonna diss him, but they're in the back of her mind she's pissed.
And a guy been abducted by aliens and a drunk and then me, and I was like, what am I?
But I loved it all.
How do I fit
really
into
did.
this?
I loved it all, but I think it was taken away from the big show. And that's why they kind of circled the wagons over there. And I don't know if you've noticed behind the scenes. I haven't done the show in a few years, and I saw a big difference.
Yeah. In what sense?
It felt more like visiting Fallon or Conan, or the paint, the decor, iPads on the walls, guys in sport coats, and I have to say, as much as it's comedic fodder to make fun of all that or think it's some kind of sell it or whatever, everyone there was in a weird way happier.
Yeah. There's more structure.
Steve Brandano.
There's more structure.
Oh my God!
Did she just say structure?
She almost said
There's more structure.
Yeah.
I know. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Everyone there was in a weird way happier.
Yeah.
There's
more structure.
Steve Brandano was saying to us behind the scenes, like, listen, I miss doing the intern show, but I realized my dream was to work on the Howard Stern show. It wasn't to do my own show, do the intern show, and my attention was being taken away from the big show. Now it's back. He's like, I've had 3 promotions. I'm a producer now. I'm producing the segment.
Why is Steve Brandano getting 3 promotions? Not 1, 3.
Yes.
For what?
That's,
Unless it's coming from
3
Marci and Debra.
Yeah, one
3
one
promotions,
promotion.
a threesome with Marci and Debra. Yeah.
one promotion per climax, right? Yeah.
I'm a producer now. I'm producing the segment, and you just kind of saw the difference. And for me as a listener, I don't know if you're noticing it. I feel like the show's on such an upswing now because there's a balance between the long form interview and the comedy. I don't know if you noticed, with the
He's doing the fucking spin bullshit.
The Wing
now.
Fest and Flat Ronnie, and then Ronnie's engagement. I feel like so much of the funny is back, but then we're getting these great long form. I think it's just found its way.
Well, and certainly the level of guests has gotten a lot higher. It's also
ironically, you can't get on. Neither one of them can get on. Fitzsimmons hasn't been on. Maria Menounos hasn't been on. This is. Now we're looking at this is more than 10 years ago.
Yeah, Maria Menounos got proposed to on the show, and she can't get on it anymore.
And that was it. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. That's right, Rupert. She's no longer a friend of the court. Isn't that crazy?
I forgot.
You got to find these little things. I found that.
That's great.
It wasn't really by accident. It was sort of like I knew something was going to be said because I knew that Fitzsimmons and Menounos could not get on the show anymore. So my thinking was, let's listen to this and see if they both bring up they have to bring up Howard because that's the common thing they have. So will they bring up that they both can't get on the show, and we got that? This is no doubt.
Yeah. And now Maria Menounos is screaming pop culture news at me from my gas station TV screen.
David said, if so, she's again, as Maria Menounos turned anything down, she does these. Is it even affiliated to Access Hollywood or Entertainment Tonight?
She's only on at Shell gas stations, as far as I can tell. So I think it might even be some internal like oil company. You know, it's almost like the light news that they do for airlines. You know.
Yeah, so Rupert said gas station TV screens have more listeners than the Stern Show does. Oh, easily. I'd say just in New Jersey alone.
Right.
Just Shell. It's not even close. So yeah, that's ironic. Maria's getting more viewers than Howard is from the
right. That's true.
You stop at any pump, right? And they have like a pop culture. It's very namby-pamby, right? It's very like, you know.
Yeah. Kate Middleton and her children went to I mean, it's
perfect name, David. Kate Middleton. Perfect fucking reference.
Yeah.
For that.
But that's true. It's like if you have a car, you're going to be exposed to Maria Menounos giving you updates on, you know, Taylor Swift.
God, that's such a. And who's the other one I would see all the time? Wendy Williams, right? She would be on there. Brooke Burke. Is that another one?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's exciting. All right, so this one here is J.D. Harmeyer, sex-pest. So the gist of this is back in like 2007. This is like when the show's run. They have absolutely no human resources. Everyone's a potential sex pest predator that works on the show. They're all mongoloid, troglodyte pieces of shit that their entire identity is steeped in this show, that they would never have access to any women other than the horrible fame that comes from this show. And so they're using it to a T and preying on interns like crazy. And this is what JD sliding into DMs, and we all know what so this is Scott the engineer's intern outing JD and what he does behind the scenes.
I'm from MySpace.
Well, I don't know.
Are you trolling on MySpace?
Trolling.
Looking for chick?
You're fighting with Scott's intern? Because what happened?
It's not like it's not like a fight. It's like a play fight or whatever. It's stupid.
Say what you will about Scott the engineer. You know, at least there's no sex pest stuff coming from him.
No.
He kind of doesn't have any creep stories.
No, he doesn't. I think
he's been around a long time. He gets female interns, and there's no complaints about him.
Yeah. He was a good guy, I think.
Stupid. A play fight.
Dude, I don't know.
She drives you home, and then why did she stop?
Yeah, Andrew Jenkins, that's funny. So he goes, Greg Fitzsimmons is one of the least charismatic comedians who's ever made a profession of it. You know, David and I talk about him all the time, Andrew, and we talk about how his problem is he doesn't have, it's not even just charisma. Like, and I'll say that he doesn't. I will take your opinion on that. But he doesn't have a gimmick or a shtick, or he doesn't have and this is both a compliment and a put down. You can't advance into the world. You can't be, jettisoned for a sitcom because he doesn't have anything you can use. You know, he's
got to have a gimmick.
He doesn't have, and I'm not saying he's not a good joke writer. I'm not saying he's not good at what he does. It just, he doesn't have that thing, that je ne sais quoi, as Sandra Bernhard would say, that separates him that you could do. So he just sits in that weird middle area, right? Of comedians that just kind of, he writes for people and he makes a moderate living doing it, but you're right. He's misses that je ne sais quoi to get him to that next level, which I'm sure.
He's like the funny friend of a friend that you don't know at their birthday party. You know,
leave it to David. That's right, Tamara. Costco gas station. That's right. That's another one.
But by the way, I just want to put I want to make a statement about JD. The thing that he does, there's a lot of things he does that annoy me, but the thing that annoys me the most is that he speaks completely inarticulately, and then Howard asks him to clarify what he just said, and then JD acts annoyed that he didn't understand it by being like, I don't know, dude, like whatever. I don't
not absolutely. Not only that, but if you're going in, you're looking at, career options and stuff. He's like, is anything worse than this? Like, you're JD, who is completely inarticulate. He has nothing interesting to say. He has no charisma. He has no business, no talent verbally whatsoever. What are you going to go? I'm going to go into radio. Who thinks that? You would be him. Even the delusions, and not just the director delusions he had, but to think as completely inert as he is, verbally, comedically, anecdotally, that I'm going to go. Who looks at themselves in the mirror and says, "I'm going to go into radio"? How would you even fathom that?
I think he is. As inarticulate as he is, I also think he is a raging narcissist as well.
Oh, he's got that delusions of certainly.
You think that he doesn't have any narcissism because he seems so not sad sack like.
Jason Kaplan said that exactly what you said about him.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
that he has like an inner narcissism about an entitlement.
Narcissism doesn't immediately guarantee charisma or being articulate, and so I think that from his perspective, it's like radio. Why not? It could be a stepping stone to directing, where I need to communicate with actors and cinematographers and editor. That's 10 times as delusional as going into broadcast.
That's another great point. I mean, it's everybody's third choice or fourth. It's like when people go and they become school teachers, like, oh, I wanted to do this, but I became a teacher. Like, oh, great, that's just what I want. A dispassionate, teacher. That was their third choice, and you think, you're jaded by it, and that's what radio is. Everybody in radio wanted to be something else before radio.
Even Howard. I mean, if you read in the Colford book, like Howard, he wanted to work with Jim Henson, or he wanted to do something with puppets, or so. Like he thought that radio was just like kind of.
And he thought he was a filmmaker in college.
Yeah. There's stuff.
I just think Howard wanted to be famous. I think that Howard just wanted to be famous. He didn't care. Radio was the only thing that he felt that because his dad worked that could accept him, and somehow he could get it going. But he just wanted to be famous. I think that radio was the only way that he could do it, and he would not have done it. But he just wanted to be famous. Yeah, there was no love of the game with radio. You can see it now. He has absolutely no passion for it.
Well, and even when he started, he hated music. Meg Griffin talks about that.
Who is this guy?
And yeah, exactly.
What is your area of expertise? What are you? You know nothing about sports. You know nothing about music. Your showbiz proclivities are posery and all over the place.
You're the least funny member of the King Schmaltz Bagel Hour or whatever the fuck that show was.
Yes, JD DM Monique apparently, and you want to fuck? Welcome, Tendrils. Good to see you in here, Tendrils. Scott the engineer was sex posted by the show. That stupid anal thing they tried to play with. What's his name?
Oh, with
I'm driving you home.
No, well, no, it's not like that. I just haven't gotten a ride, and she's only given me a ride like a couple times. It's not like
why did she write "I hate you"?
I don't know. It's just stupid. I don't know.
Do you understand this?
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
Fitzsimmons has great stories about Ellen writing for Ellen DeGeneres. By the way, Rupert's right. If anybody gets a chance, there's a really good. It just came out a few months ago. He did someone's show and he told a new anecdote about Ellen. I highly recommend it. We should play it on here. It was great.
Definitely, yeah.
Either.
Well, are you still getting rides from her?
No, I haven't gotten any. I haven't asked for a ride or anything. I never asked for a ride.
Thank you, Tamara.
But she hasn't offered him.
No.
How do you know it's not real, this fight?
Because we bullshitted today.
All right. I'll ask her about it.
Yeah, the whole face for radio, Mr. D. Yeah.
Right.
But in Howard's mind, though, radio was beneath him from day one.
Yeah.
And he thought that he was on some different rocket ship. And it's amazing. He hasn't succeeded in anything. The books did well, but he's been a disaster on TV.
Right on the intern show.
Okay. Here she is. What happened? Are you in a fight with JD?
So this is Scott, the engineer's intern, and he's preying on her all day, every day, thinking that.
JD's totally
Wait,
rude.
what? What is that? JD's what?
He's completely rude. Like, all right, I gave him a ride a couple of times, and he doesn't even. I'm trying to make conversation. Nothing. I can't get anything out of him. All he's doing is sitting there saying, Oh, I would say something, but I'm just not going to go there. And, you know, it's probably something perverted and, and, you know.
What does that tell you? That she just goes right to that? That he fucking must harass her all the time. And not in a verbal way. Because now, you know, schmuck, you know, nebbish pieces of shit like him can use the internet to DM and all their thoughts, or they could pile them on. And that's one of the worst things about the internet is people like JD thrive in trying to communicate.
I mean, Fred just mentioned like him, you know, perusing MySpace to look for women to harass. So yeah, that's totally this era.
I'm trying to.
You know how perverted he is? Kimberly Kane was interviewed.
And this is at a time when they had no accountability to the show. Like, they're not hiding anything. They think there's just nothing rules apply. I mean, Richard streaked, for Christ's sake, and didn't get fired.
And there's also no there's no screenshot DMs culture in early MySpace. You know, they don't think that that's going to be a possibility.
That's a great point.
You know,
at that time, screenshots wasn't a thing.
Right.
That's true. That's exactly right. That was a newer. Yeah, JD, the full sale predator, says Chubby. It's good.
You know how perverted he is? Kimberly Kane was interviewed, and she says she has phone sex with a guy in New York. Of course, she's talking about JD. She goes, I'm in porno, and this guy's so weird. He tells me to do shit over the phone I've never even heard of.
Wow.
What the hell are you up to?
He told me that sexually he's wild.
Oh, that's great conversation in the car.
Yeah. I tried everything to make conversation about something else.
Could you imagine what she's holding back with him?
Yeah.
You know how fast you would get fired in picture any workplace besides this. If this came out that you were there, could you? How fast you would fucking you'd be on your ass.
You know, and I used to work for an orchestra that was a nonprofit that would get interns through like an LA, you know, kind of some sort of LA third party vendor that would send interns, and you know. The nonprofit would have to report to this third party about like, this is how much we paid, or this is how much they showed up and everything. The Stern Show gets interns, but doesn't have to be accountable to like a service that like a university that's sending them over, you know.
They changed. You saw all the lawsuits they had, right? And the one, and the stuff. I mean, there's been a few that that Howard threw money at the thing and they made go away and they never showed it. And then there was ones that did make it. So they had that whole group of interns that sued the show because they were doing non-radio things,
right,
as learning. And they're like, all I'm doing is I'm fetching these carcasses, you know, bagels and muffins and breakfast all the time.
Right, I'm getting into a bikini for a beauty pageant with the other interns.
Well,
you know,
but this really translates to something else, right? What am I gonna do with this? And so they all got together and sued them, and that changed all the intern rules at Sirius, and now they kind of have to be paid, you know. And it was the Stern Show that was spotlighted,
right,
as abusing the interns, and they've been doing it for years.
The Stern Show got to the end of the fuse with the patience that the intern culture would have with this kind of abuse.
Yeah, I saw that, Rupert. Stuttering John tried to get JD fired as he possessed gross text messages to interns. I think we saw them. They definitely exist. I mean, I believe every word of that.
Yeah, I believe
he's the worst. Casey hated him too.
Yeah.
All SiriusXM interns are now paid. That's right, Rupert. And that's who do you think is responsible for this?
It's like it's not even like a serious, you know, because she's like an intern. But
do you get the feeling that he's hitting on you?
Yeah, and it's creepy, and it's not a play fight because he probably would like that. That'd probably turn him on.
All right.
So
there's nothing better than her confidently dragging him. Yeah. This is an intern. Like, she's never been on the air, and she's like 1,000 times better than JD is on the air. And he's been on the air like 1,000,000 times already. This is great. I mean, God knows what we missed. I love that they're dragging her and she's just fucking throwing haymakers out.
I wonder if the interns that did sort of stand in this position that she's in, where they're in the room, they're on mic, the lower third goes across the screen with their name. I wonder how many of them would be accessible via Instagram or something to get them to.
We've tried a few times, but not aggressively. There's got to be a way to find it. No, we definitely could. And if you watch Howard TV, David, you can. Yeah. They show the interns at the end of it in the credits.
Right.
There'll be like a group of like 8 interns. You could easily look a few of them up.
Totally.
But I was genuinely mad. I was like, you know what? Fuck you and your jaded attitude. Because he actually got out of the car practically before I could even stop the car. And he didn't even say thank you. He just slams the door. And this happened like 3 times.
So she obviously turned him down.
Yeah,
and this is what this is a scorned.
Didn't say thank you.
He's angry his mom won't visit him.
I kept waiting. I'm like, is he going to say thank you once? You know, and it never happened.
The entitlement too, getting a ride. You know how important, you know how big a ride home is in New York City. You know how hard it is to get around. Like his son, he's living in Coney Island, I think, at that time. I cannot tell you how long a subway ride that is to Midtown Manhattan.
Is that like the last stop on something?
It's one of the last stops. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
On the R train.
Oh, God.
And she's giving him a ride home. That I cannot tell you how much time that saves.
Well, and I love how Howard says, like, well, yeah, he's angry that his mom won't visit. It's like, no, he's angry because this girl turned down his advances.
That anyone can see that here.
Right.
But you got to remember, like, he wants to be on his entire goal on the show is to get laid. Like, he thinks I'm going to be famous and I'm going to get laid and I'm not going to really have to do anything. This is the only reason I'm here. I have no passion for radio or facilitating anything material on the show. I want to get laid. I'm here to get laid. And he thinks every intern that comes in is fish in a barrel. That's how they all think. Benjy, JD, because they're all wretched troglodytes who have no chance of getting laid in any other environment except the shitty fame that comes from this show, the lowest form of fame.
Yeah, and that's why he thinks he can go into radio, is because it doesn't matter that it's radio or directing. It's just it's a buffet of new women that he can try to, seduce. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know how someone like JD sort of switches personalities so quickly, where he's so inarticulate, but then when he's horny and sexually
stimulated, all of a sudden the brain goes on, right?
Like Mr. Hyde comes out of nowhere. Like I'd be interested.
Yeah, it's like,
just for the
money
difference.
and the pussy fog, like, triggers some kind of motivation that you wouldn't have in your normal state.
Well, and the closest I think we see is when he was directing that porno, and he was like, he didn't stammer once, All
of a sudden the stammering goes away. Right. We see that with Depp, speaking of JD, right? With the Hunter S. Walken affect goes away in certain situations. You go, what?
Yeah.
Where did that go? Huh?
Yeah, if he's screaming across the room, Aquaman, that's when it goes away.
Hey, brought up my kid again, just like in London, like you survived. Hey, he talks about my kid again, just like in London. JJ Thrash, welcome, sir. What do I look like? A troglodyte over here?
Troglodyte is such a Dennis Miller word.
Stillwell Avenue, Chubby Pickle. I love how much Chubby knows about geography. Last stop to Coney Island, where the Warriors' territory was. That's exactly right. The Warriors had to go from the Bronx to Coney Island, which is about as far apart in New York City as you can go. I seem to recall Howard getting flack for not paying JD well enough to live close enough to the studio. He made it a bit, but the $500 million man got pushback. Yeah, he doesn't deserve to get. He doesn't deserve to make a living. He doesn't deserve to. I will say they do put him on a lot. So he's occupying so much airtime that Howard's $4,000.
Him and Ronnie should be like at the top of the pay scale for whatever that means.
Thank you, Sarah. She goes, the banner doesn't play when you have the chat up for hours and for hours. We have lost our monetization temporarily. So if you can, anyone on our channel, please donate via Cash App, upper left, Venmo, upper right, or at the Buy Me a Coffee address in the middle. Thank you so much. The Sarah Man. Back to the sex-pest.
You understand what's going on with him. His mom's in Hawaii, won't visit him.
Ran off.
That's his tough guy image. That's the badass. Why you gotta be...
I agree with that, Rupert. Doesn't come up enough. I said it all the time in Radio Gunk for years. The Ronnie and JD show is the worst thing to ever, even beyond, and Howard's fixation and using them for god-awful filler material and redundant bullshit. It's almost worse than his parents. Impersonating his parents at this point. That is my point of, I say it all the time, Rupert. The Ronnie and JD show is the worst thing to happen, and Howard's fixation, his lazy fixation on them, is the worst thing to happen to the show.
Yeah, the JD and Ronnie show was locked and loaded after Eric the Midget died.
Yep.
I think there were hints of it, but yeah.
That's a good reference, David Villataro. The JD got punched on the subway or mugged or something. Right. That's a good future cleaning out the computer. I'm going to go after that. That's a good one. It took his iPod. Yep, I remember that. Yep. Yeah. Because his hours where he was coming in at like midnight or something. So he's taking the subway. The subways run like very rickety and it's more dangerous. And he looks like someone you would mug, not because he's just so hateable and punchable. They just wanted to punch him in the face. Like, I hate this guy. He's a sex pest. They knew he was a sex pest.
they could smell it on him.
Such a hard ass with her. She's a nice girl.
I thought
treat her with some respect.
I was doing him a favor. I mean, I don't.
He acts like he's doing you a favor by riding in your car.
Exactly
how
it was.
How does he bring up he's wild in bed?
Robin's right. What Robin said there. JD thinks he's doing her a favor by riding in her car. That's the arrogance he really has.
JD
deep down.
From the Howard Stern show. Aren't you happy to be that I'm in your passenger seat?
I'm Howard's favorite because he thinks I'm a loser version of him, so he puts me on the air ironically, and I fill time for him because he's too lazy to fill it himself.
I don't even know.
I don't remember.
How does sex come up, JD?
I do.
Because I yelled at him because that's all he could pretty much say is.
Again, you'd be fired in any other environment if you did this to interns like this. This blatantly, too.
He was trying to kind of come on to me, but without actually doing it, just saying, I could say something, but I'm not going to say it. And I'm like, is that all you can think about? And I mean.
Are you in love with her?
No. No, definitely not now.
Are you all sexed up in the car that you can't even talk?
No.
You know what it is? He got a little stank on his hang low.
Yeah, now he thinks
Mr.
everybody
Sex.
should be going down on him when they see him.
Right.
Hey, what's the delay?
And I told him, I was like, fuck you. Like, be friendly. Like,
We're just about at the tunnel.
You treat me like an asshole. Like, you just get in my car and then.
He's awkward. He's awkward socially.
Close the door
trying to initiate conversation.
I never said goodbye or anything.
You met.
No.
Okay.
You met the badass. You didn't meet JD.
JD's creep factor, Rupert Pumpkin, is underrated. He really is as creepy as anybody, and he doesn't get it. Right, David?
Yeah, JD's a stealth shooter with his creepiness. That's why.
It's even worse because he is stealthy about it, right? I think that's even creepier.
Right.
In a way.
And he's, he's going after interns that look like Thora Birch, so it's not like he's going after the really obvious
Thora
blonde.
Birch!
Yeah.
Look at you! Very underrated, stout Bruno. I like Thora
Ghost
Birch.
World.
I think she's underrated
Thora
out
Birch.
there.
Yeah, she looks like Thora Birch in Ghost World. Yeah.
That's such a David rep. God damn, Chris Evans is in that. That's in the vein of you and Daria in a way. She's almost like
it's
a
very
real life
Daria-esque movie. Yeah.
Look at you and Thora Birch. Andrew Jenkins goes, JD's pretending to have to come into work in the middle of the night. He's really an agoraphobe, was just watching strange. Yeah, that's funny. He's actually coming unnecessarily into the office just to watch. And that's funny. He doesn't really need to be there. He's just, that's good theory.
Also, JD had, or he had, I don't know if he still has, his own little like cubby, basically.
Yeah.
He didn't have to share.
Right next to Howard's office.
He wasn't in the sort of call center room with all the other, with Jason and Will and all those people. So
I'll show you that sometime. I have a video of his office, and it wasn't shown a lot, and it shows Howard going to take his fucking stupid nap before he goes home.
Right.
It's the dumbest routine ever. And it shows JD's and it's a pretty good look at it like you wouldn't see before. I'm gonna find that next time.
I'm sure the one thing I'm sure of is that it probably smells great. That's what I would say.
Yeah, Rupert. JD got married to Jennifer Tanko, and then she got creeped out by him. They divorced on the very, very stealthy divorce. Howard wouldn't bring it up. Howard obsessing over JD all night. They would awful, material. He tries fixates on him, but when something really goes down, he wouldn't bring it up. So JD somehow wouldn't. It might have come from Tanko herself and said, "I am not fucking having this divorce. I'm not
Right.
having you and your narrative. Do not bring me up or I'm going to sue you. I guarantee you she threatened him to sue. Guaranteed. And the marriage lasted, I don't know, what, David, a year and a half?
I think so, but my memory of their marriage was they were traveling all the time, or she was at least traveling all the time. Like because wasn't she a yoga instructor? Or
Yeah. Yep.
So she somehow had the money to go to like wine country, and then she would go to Europe, and then and I'm like, JD can't
Weird
be
travel
making-
money. Mysterious, inexplicable travel money.
Rochelle Hathaway money, like, where's it coming from? Yeah.
Well, look at Stuttering John, right? Who's seemingly always broke. He's like, I'm going to Portland. I'm going to Portland. Like, what? How, you need that dude's $2 and you're going to port? How are you? People seem to produce some mysterious travel money out of nowhere.
Yeah.
JD is perfect for the Shuli Pedo network. That's right, Juan Gonzalez. Good one. I agree with that. He will definitely try to recruit him immediately. I guarantee it.
Oh no, I think the badass can talk.
Yeah. And then I sent him the MySpace censorship. I said, I don't like you. And then I explained why. And he's like, oh, I didn't even realize. I'm sorry. And I just didn't even answer.
So you didn't say, let me take you out to lunch, to thank you, or anything, JD?
No.
There'll be no...
I don't put my seatbelt on. I'm the badass.
He's genuinely mad.
So yeah, I've been kind of ignoring him in the holes now.
All right. Listen, better you two don't.
You know, it would be good to listen to the wrap-up show of that. If I can go, I might go and listen to that. I wonder what the spillover in the wrap-up show was.
Wow, JD was genuine. See, that's a narcissist is confronted, and he wasn't even awkwardly laughing. His nervous tick laughter went away completely.
Yeah, that is as rattled as I've seen him. He needed the ejector seat. He had nothing. There's no way to, not even just aw shucks his way out of it. He's just outed as a sex pest creep. Yeah. There's nothing else to it than that. Speaking the same year. Are you gonna say something, W?
I was gonna say, on top of that, like, Howard, the intern, made this case to Howard, and did Howard fire JD? Oh no,
no, that's a promotion.
Right.
That's a promotion.
That's a Steve Brandano promotion. Right.
Any other workplace, you'd be shown the door. Preying on interns. I mean, Letterman, for Christ's sake, without the.
Oh God.
Here is in the same year. This is Artie. And again, I have not seen this clip. For some reason, this got by me. So we talk about all the time how, the gift giving and the show and the wood chipper and stuff. So they're doing a segment, and Artie loses it on how see. Howard tries to make Artie out to be this out of touch, ungrateful gift receiver.
Yeah.
And Artie finally has this epiphany. He's like, "What? I'm a bad gift receiver." And he just unloads on Howard in this video.
Yeah.
Project Mayhem. Yeah, I have most of the Howard TV stuff. I'm gonna post it a lot of this on my Patreon. Just sort of put together a compilation you guys might not have seen. Most of it, that whole segment's pretty good. That's the best part. Yeah, I have virtually all of Howard TV. I'm not missing much. It's actually much easier to get than the E shows. Believe it or not.
Yeah. Oh, I believe that. They're more recent.
So this is from Howard TV. This is 2007. This is like a little bit after this too. After what we just watched. And this is Artie ripping into Howard, who's trying to project onto Artie. He's not having it. And something just goes off. And this is almost in the vein of the bro fight. Not quite as vicious, but this is good. It's underrated. Yeah. And one of the dudes at Reddit reminded, he's like, hey, anyone see that? He didn't show the video. I just went and found it. He just said, do you remember this fight when Artie went off on Howard about gifts and stuff? So Artie had bought him a Neil Young lithograph or something, and Howard just shit on it.
The rap on you is you wear people's gifts and you don't even walk up to them and say, hey, thanks for getting this.
No, that's not a rap on me.
And the other rap is that Teddy, after the birthday party, put all your gifts in a plastic bag and then lost all the cards and
Remember Teddy?
Yeah.
David?
I do, yeah.
He was on the Back Office Radio. He was the third voice on he was the third mic on Back Office Radio.
Okay, that's it. I love Artie emphasizing the word rap to make fun of Howard for using the word rap.
Oh, I know. That's like the bro. That's just like bro. Artie's tired of hearing Gary, because Gary and Howard have that same. Gary would puppet what Howard says all the time. So Gary would go, you know, he comes in and he has this rap. You know, he has this rap. He does this move. He does this rap.
The
and
rap
so
on
they
him
both,
is right.
The problem with he has this rap. He comes in with this rap smooth. I will. It's a Wino Forever Patreon. It's gonna be Project Mayhem. It's gonna be. I have a lot of Howard stuff on. It's in the on this video's link when it airs. Like when this video is finished, you'll see the link to the Patreon in the description.
If you want to find the URL is patreon.com/WinoForever.
Yep, David's on there. You got a ton of David. We do 21 Jump Street reviews, 90210 reviews, Golden and Seinfeld, Armfeld, 21 Arm Street,
and Vanderpump.
Vanderpump too, and whatever else. I'm actually going to do a poll and see what people want to hear us review. Like if there's shows that, you know, and I'll just try to do like a huge list and see what people prefer. There's almost nothing I won't review or watch.
Same.
Thank you, Project Mayhem. Benji's almost 60. Yes, Jeremy, he's almost 60. I think he's 59 or 58. Welcome, Herbert Arnold. Here we go. Yeah, Teddy wanted to be a restaurateur. That's right. That's right. That. Master remembers that.
Wow.
That came from the fucking Back Office Radio.
Okay.
A lot of people. Yeah, I got your poll, Radio Gaga. A lot of people. Back Office Radio is so beloved by a lot of us that they listen to it over and over. Yes, he does rock, Chubby Pickle. I agree. He does always bring it. He does.
Jumbled them up, and you don't know.
He missed.
So Artie doesn't even know who gave him what. Here, I'm going to test you. Okay. The other rap is that Teddy, after the birthday party, put all your gifts in a plastic bag and then lost all the cards and like jumbled them up, and you don't know.
He missed.
So Artie doesn't even know who gave him what. Here, I'm going to test you.
That's Teddy's fault.
All right, Artie. Someone gave you an autographed Jorge Posada picture. Who gave that to you?
Autographed Jorge Posada picture?
Yeah.
Bonnie Mund.
Okay. You got a DVD, Who's documentary and AC/DC concert. Who gave you that?
Who documentary?
A Who documentary.
And AC/DC concert.
I have no idea.
See, somebody got you an AC/DC concert DVD and a Who documentary.
Man, I had both of those things. Howard, you of all people who treat people like shit after they give you a gift?
Are you kidding me?
Acknowledges them.
Are you kidding? You know what I do? I have a special book. I open.
Dude, you didn't even touch it. You haven't. You my $1,200 Neil Young gift that you.
No, I told you. I knew you gave it to me. But
no, bullshit. You're the worst with gifts.
Did I write you a note?
Howard.
Could you imagine if that beautiful thing you did for the deputing, the Holly Robinson?
Oh yeah.
Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Pete. How you doing?
If I shit on that like Howard did to the Neil Young, how much of an insult would that be to you?
If you had said to me like, I mean that's great, but couldn't you have asked her this or asked her that or asked her?
Yeah,
like, yeah, right.
I mean, that is one of the nicest things that has ever been done. And I was in a bad way at that time. I was in a deep downward spiral, suffocating depression when that came in.
Yeah,
that was a big moment. That was a big pick me up. I'll never forget that. Could you imagine the Neil Young thing? And then I go and I shit on you for the Holly Robinson Pete cameo. My dream wife in this life.
Neil Young gift that you.
No, I told you. I knew you gave it to me. But
no, bullshit. You're the worst with gifts.
Did I write you a note?
Howard,
did I write you a?
There it is, Sarah. Patreon.com/WinoForever. Thank you, Sarah. There you go, everyone. And I'm going to be uploading a lot of stuff. We're going to do. What are we going to do next? Jump Street, Arm Street, or Armfeld? I'll leave it up to you, David. Next time you're available. Or a Vanderpump or Vanderarm.
Yeah. I feel like we haven't done a Jump Street in a while. I know you wanted to do it with your nephew.
The football one. Yeah.
Right.
I'll call my nephew and see if we can, because I wanted to do it on YouTube like a special event thing because my nephew is going to be on it. I wanted to get people to because it's the Coach of the Year episode in season 3.
I just want to say the Patreon is great, and I'm not saying that just because I'm on some of the episodes, but even like your breakdown of 90210 with Sarah, like Sarah's great on the breakdowns of the shows that she
we haven't done a
watches
90210 in a while too. Yeah, we got to do that.
So I want people to check it out.
Yeah, and I just put and I'll put up any random compilation I can think of to throw up. What did I just do recently? What the hell did I just?
Was it
up?
Hulk Hogan stuff?
Yeah, I put up the Hulk Hogan sex tape thing with Bubba when he passed away. So that's like 3 hours long. That's a really good listen. And I joined it all together. It's from Howard TV. I kind of made it my own video compilation.
We have movie reviews. We did Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yep.
You guys did Donnie Brasco. Yeah.
Yep. We're doing 902. Yep. Sarah's going to be on board for the next 90210.
Nice.
Young gift that you.
No, I told you. I knew you gave it to me. But
no,
wait a second.
Bullshit. You're the worst with gifts.
Did
Howard.
I write you a note?
Howard, this
Did
is one
I
of
write you a
bullshit times where you're trying to fuck with me.
No.
You are the rudest gift receiver
You're
of
wrong.
all fucking time.
I have a book. No, on the air we
Fuck
sit.
you.
We have fun.
$1,200 fucking picture into the storage bin.
That's real shit right there. That has been in his head, and it should be. And if someone did that to you, could you imagine the lengths he went to get that?
Yeah.
$1,200. And Artie's a pretty wealthy guy at this point, but still.
Yeah,
it's
no,
the thought that counts.
Of course. I mean, I could see him spending maybe max $200 on a gift for Howard being a wealthy guy, but that's a not insignificant amount of money to spend on a gift.
You got it, quitter. 90210 is going to be next. You got it. I'm looking forward to it too. We're in season 2 in the summer when they go to Fox, with Jump Street, it's so unique in that we talk about this all the time, Debbie, that Fox, the smartest thing they ever did, and whether it was, what's his name? Barry Diller.
Barry Diller.
It was like, we're gonna be the anti-network. We're gonna have new programming in the summer. We're gonna appeal to young people. We're gonna be edgier. We're gonna be, Married with Children, obviously Jump Street, Gary Shandling, and all the things they tried to do is really, really ballsy, and to be that fourth network, and 90210, they're like, you know what? When everybody else is showing reruns, we're gonna do summer episodes, and because they're in California, we're gonna have a whole beach thing going. When then in between, what do they do during the summer? And that was smart. And that was, I think Sarah told me those are the highest rated 90210 episodes ever.
The ones that are in the summer.
The beach, the summer beach ones.
Right.
On the
and
air,
you love rubbing in my face.
On the
Go
air.
fuck yourself.
Well, then let me respond to that. On the air, we kid each other, but the fact of the matter is...
then this is on the air. I created a new bit, guys.
No, you didn't. Wait a second. Here's what I do. Fuck you. Here's what I do.
See, this is an underrated fight. Debbie, do you remember this at all?
I have no memory of this.
Everybody knows that Artie was kind of surly about the Neil Young thing.
Right.
But this doesn't come up. It's the bro fight that everybody fixates on. This is underrated.
Yeah. Didn't Artie get Howard like a John Belushi book too? That am I misremembering that? Artie's gotten Howard other gifts that he.
And a lot. It is the thought that counts as well. Like there's a lot of, and he's just like, you don't know what he went through maybe to get that and shit. And I mean, you're buying gifts for King Baby, like the guy who has everything, who just can't
also
overindulge his whole life and can't appreciate anything. Could you be that jaded?
The embarrassing Christmas segment of putting the staff gifts into a wood chipper comes to mind. The Mad magazine from Dr. Drew comes to mind. I mean, there's so many
Drew
examples.
Is bothered by that.
Yeah.
And he's trying to do it as a bit, but they're not looking at it as funny. They're not kind of going along with it. Like I went painstaking, effort to get this for you, and you're going to make a bit out of it. I don't think anyone's laughing. And then Gary joyously throws it in there for him and stuff. And that makes him look like, it's just, I mean, I certainly do not appreciate the bit of it all. Like, look at what an King Baby narcissist Howard is. Ha ha ha. He doesn't need it. He's going to throw it in the popcorn tin, right, Rupert? Artie should have bought Howard a pop. That would have been the greatest revenge ever. That would have been dirty work revenge, Rupert.
Totally. Well, the other thing too is Artie's probably sitting there thinking like, all right, the $1,200 gift, like, all right, I'm on the Howard Stern show. He's going to be a little disingenuous about, making fun of the gift on the air. I guess I can take that. But to then the final insult is that you accuse me of being ungrateful about gifts. Like, then the gloves are off. Like, I'm bringing a dose of reality to the.
I mean, he does that hypocrisy shit all the time, and most of the time they're not allowed to hit back. You just your hands are tied behind your back, and the staff. But Artie is a guy who does have clout because he ain't getting that. And at the same time, Artie could be like, and I know he's thinking about it. He'd be like, you ain't getting that fucking bonus.
Yeah.
Howard just got an $83 million bonus because of Artie moving people over to Sirius.
Right. And also
the
Artie
second time, it's the second bonus.
Right. Artie calling it out as a fake bit to just aggravate.
Oh, I know.
Artie.
That's great too. He actually goes further with it. He has the post interview with Ganji. I think Ganji. And actually it may not be Ganji.
Might be Richie. No,
it might be I'm not sure who does it this one.
Yeah,
it could be Bardo. I forget, but he goes further with it in the post-show interview.
Okay,
with it, and he's going. This is not a bit. This bitch shit. You're not. I'm not going. I'm not having.
I'm
this
not taking the
shit.
bait. Yeah.
Yeah.
Artie,
you don't even touch a gift.
Wait a second. On to that. On the air, we kid each other, but the fact of the matter is...
then this is on the air. I created a new bit, guys.
No, you didn't. Wait a second. Here's what I do.
Wow.
Fuck you. Here's what I do, Artie.
You don't even touch a gift.
Bullshit. I have a book. I write down everyone who gave
Somebody
me something.
else should do this bit because you're not allowed to. You're the worst gift receiver of all fucking time.
You see, you're going to keep interrupting me because that's your shtick. But
No,
I'm
that's
tell
not.
you.
That's great. See, Howard's rattled too because he doesn't know. Artie's not humored by it, and Howard's finally catching on. Oh, he's not. He's not letting this. He's not trying. He's pissed. He's genuinely pissed. And now I look like a. He's dragging me into this. And
it's interesting to see Howard kind of come. It's interesting to see Howard kind of come back at someone who's throwing a dose of reality into the show back at them. Like, I remember once, like, Benjy was trying, like, Howard was giving a fake political opinion, and Benjy was trying to drag him into the vortex to debate him on this political opinion. And Howard just said to him, like, Benjy, don't you understand the bit of the show is like, even if I'm wrong, you have to make it look like I'm right.
Yeah.
Just to kind of like undermine anything Benjy was trying to do with his shtickoma, So Howard sometimes gives it back to them,
Howard's so used to not having to deal with pushback or getting his ass kissed so much. In the old days, he would argue a lot more. I mean, it was way more conflict in the old days. But now, during the serious years, he's been getting his ass kissed so that he's actually lost any kind of. You lose that muscle of like the debate. The debate muscle. So when there's pushback, he's never ready for it. He can't handle it at all, and he gets slapped around. Like Artie's really just throwing haymakers at him. Here. He doesn't know what to do. And Artie's got clout on the show. He's very popular.
Yeah, right.
Get a Life. Yep. Chris Elliott, Johnny Rando. I remember that well. That was a good show.
Yeah.
That's such a Fox show. Get a Life with Chris Elliott. It was on a couple of years. It was good. I definitely want. He was a paper boy.
My stick, it's your stick.
I make
You're
sure
a rude
every
prick with
envelope.
gifts.
No, liar. You're the rude prick. I have a.
Yeah, this is a lead up to the bro fight, JD Villataro. But in a lot of ways, no one talks about this one.
Book with everybody's
I know
name.
who got me nothing for Christmas. It's you, like everybody else here.
I got you. I just spent about 20 grand on your party. Fuck you.
I knew the 20 grand would come out.
Yeah.
All right, can I step in for Artie here for a second?
Yes.
I just spent 20 grand on your party, which is a Buckwald 112 write-off, I might add. Not only that, the reason you got your goddamn bonuses is because Artie was on this show, and it does not exist. The people you would never have met that a $237 million bonus in 06, in 07, $83 million bonus, all because of Artie and his charisma on this show. Never, ever are you going to meet that bonus without him. And you're bragging about, and I don't even think, and that's a write-off. You're not even paying for that shit. a 20 whatever it is.
Well, also they filmed that party for Howard TV.
Yes,
and made content for the Howard Stern show out of it. So
great point, David.
Yeah.
He's right. So maybe I'll show that the Artie pizza party, right? And that was
his
filmed for
surprise
Howard
birthday
TV,
party.
and that's a way to write it off, right? Oh, here's my proof. This is content.
Well,
I paid for this,
and it was weeks of like, doing an autopsy on like Sal went back to make a pizza and he put like tomato sauce on Tim Sabian's face, and he,
$4,000 a minute on the air talking about it,
right?
At the same time,
exactly. Because he wants to get reimbursed for that 20. I mean, even if it's a write-off, he also will use airtime to get reimbursed for it, like everything else that he talks about.
That's always how he's thinking. All the gift giving, says Jenkins, and the Stern Show stopped after Howard sued Sirius. That's right. And after that, his whole mentality was that you owe me, not me. You work for them.
Right.
We found out.
I can tell you a couple of things. First of all, Steve Langford said
he's just trying to get to me. But watch this. Watch this. I'm not giving up.
I want to defend you, though.
Yeah.
Steve Langford said that he
Gary's going to defend you, Howard.
Surprise.
Yeah, I'm a brown nose. Last year, Steve Langford said for Christmas he gave everybody a very expensive bottle of champagne.
Right.
The only person that sent him a thank you note was you.
Right.
And by the way, Artie, here's the thank you note that Howard
that's your problem.
has sent me for something that I've given to him.
Well,
Howard didn't send him the thank you note altogether now. Laura Lackner sent him the thank you note.
By the way, the obsession with thank you notes is like an early proto getting things done.
Yeah.
Bullet points that I think he adopted before he even was aware of David Allen.
No doubt.
I think there has always been this kind of like.
Well, it comes from Buchwald. That comes from the Buchwald agency.
Right. There's all these like business culture niceties that Howard's obsessed with that just fall in line with that faux organization.
You got to remember how many assistants he has. He's not doing shit. And when it was Allison was the one giving Christmas presents like popcorn tins and stuff. He's not writing and doing shit.
Yeah. By the way, I just had a thought. Is there any record of Ralph and Laura's relationship? Like, were they combative or in each other's way?
I never heard them combative, but I'm sure they were. I'm sure Ralph fights with everybody.
Yeah,
he pisses someone off.
I remember like Gary insulted Laura on the air, and Laura came on and like yelled at Gary. But and of course the whole Sal talking to Laura thing. But otherwise, I never hear her, on the air.
That's a great bit. I actually had that in my folder. The Sal and the Laura thing.
Oh yeah.
I remember this now. You're playing. It says, "Mr. D, I'm embarrassed to say I was late to work. Listening to Beth." Okay, that's okay.
We won't
Can't
tell.
remember. I mean, it's just we all have our little pockets of things. Tendril said Howard says it's a bit, but Artie knows he really means this. Yeah, you could tell Art the intonation. Howard's rocked and rattled. This is very real. Thank you, Rupert. Yes, the stock grants he got. The bonuses were $237 million in 2006, $83 million in 2007, and that's because of Artie.
Yeah.
Bringing subscribers. If Artie was not with the show, you never would have subscribed.
Wow, Gary.
Yeah, what is it? Show him that.
Did you find that in Howard's ass?
And that's
book on.
This is 2007 Radio Gaga. How Artie did that thing. Did you find us? Remember when he was on with the Joe Buck show with Jason Sudeikis
and Paul Rudd? Yeah.
And Sudeikis said something, and Artie goes, "Did you find that in Lorne Michaels' ass?"
So it's just
and then Sudeikis said back to him, goes, "That's right, where you found that up Howard's ass or something like that."
Yeah.
Did you find that in Howard's ass?
And that's
book on the history of New Jersey.
Who gave that to you?
Italian red wine and the history of New Jersey.
Yeah, who gave that to you? So you don't know. He doesn't know.
Well, let's quiz you on some shit around here.
Quiz
let's
me.
ask
I just told
names.
you.
You don't know people's names around here.
That's the thing. Nobody's a.
Okay, so I ended there, right? And this is Artie's post-game interview where he's revealing the fourth wall, and he's sick of the entire protocol here. Listen, I never saw this. The fight there, I remember some parts, but this post-interview I do not remember until I just got it. I never saw it. Nobody would. You had to have Howard TV see it.
That's the thing. Nobody's upset. It's more bullshit that runs through the bullshit factory that is this show. As I said on the air, I remember a lot of the people who got me a gift. In the quiz, I started naming them. Like, practically every 2 out of every 3 I knew, so they had to abandon that bit. And I come out here and I'm like, are you mad? Are you mad? No, nobody's mad. No mad. It's a bullshit factory.
Wow.
Wow.
Does it get any worse than that? He just exposed. That's about the worst thing you could see. He's basically calling the show fake. The most popular guy on the show, and I really think here Artie's like, I got to get out of here. You know what? I'm done.
The darkest I ever heard Artie was on the wrap-up show after they tried to set him up with like a stripper who was into fat guys.
Oh yeah, that's the bro fight that led into that was the prelude to the bro fight. Yeah.
So there was some wrap-up show during the bro fight where Artie just got really, really mean-spirited about the woman, and it's like you can tell he's probably on heroin at the time. He's like really vocally subdued and everything. I mean, it's just the creepiest clip, but I think the truth came out about his feelings about the show, you know.
Yeah, the 2 matches goes the party, I guess the pizza party started Artie. That's when Artie talked about Gary's salary. So that's a good one for next time too. I'm going to post that whole damn thing on Patreon. The video, 20,000. Not Tim Sabian and Scott DePace. This Chuck E. Cheese party.
I'm so they were correcting me. Sal put tomato sauce on Scott DePace's face, not Tim.
Oh, okay. It comes from the middle class Jewish parents, most likely. Thank you cards, get well cards, flowers sent when someone does matzah. Well, they want an advantage from it. They do that because they want it to politically work for them. They're not interested in making you feel good. What can they get from you from the fake, niceties?
Right.
They don't want you to feel good. How can this benefit me in my career by sending you this card? It's not done from any genuine place. Sal, okay, you got it, Gaga. I had that too. We'll do that next, I guess. I don't know if it's queued up next. Works friggin'. Let's one more time with Artie exposing the fourth wall of the show. This is great, and this is something that's there's no taking this back. That's like saying the whole show is fake.
You don't know people's names around.
That's the thing. Nobody's upset. It's more bullshit that runs through the bullshit factory that is this show. As I said on the air, I remember a lot of the people who got me a gift. In the quiz, I started naming them. Like, practically every 2 out of every 3 I knew, so they had to abandon that bit. And I come out here and I'm like, are you mad? Are you mad? No, nobody's mad. No mad. It's a bullshit factory.
Wow. I almost want to put that. I'm going to isolate that and like put it on my the shorts on the YouTube channel.
Right. That's a good drop.
It is a good drop. Yeah. Billy Joel is closing his motorcycle shop in Long Island, New York. That's in Oyster Bay, right by Jackie's place, and auctioning off his personal collection of bikes. I used to pass it all the time. Of bikes it's on Route 106 north in Oyster Bay. Yeah. As he battles a brain disorder. Wow, well, I wonder what the bike shop though is to do with. Can't leave it open. It's a nice shop too. It's I hope there's something he could do for that. God damn it.
Yeah.
He's 70. He's like in his mid 70s now, right, Billy Joel?
Yeah. I think that's right.
He looks and sounds. He still, he does shows and stuff. He sounds lucid. Okay, so we got this request here. This is Sal, and he goes to a Ronnie Mund party, and he probes. And this is a short clip. I thought I do
block
have
party.
Yeah.
Okay.
But his entire motivation there is to probe Laura Lackner, Howard's assistant, about personal information about Howard.
Oh, you have it. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I just happens to be in this folder. And then Radio Gaga, who you can't say no to.
No, never.
This broad is she is intimidating. That her feminine wiles, they put you in a pussy fog immediately.
I mean, she's really Maureen Callahan, so we can't say no.
It's only an hour. It's only a minute and 20 seconds. I know it's a lot more than this. I must have just. This is like the bare. I distilled it down. But to be fair to Sal, this is exactly what I would do at Ronnie's party too.
Yeah,
I would be asking Laura Lackner about personal information about Howard. This is like what we did to Chubby Pickle when he went to the P. Diddy party. That's what we would do to Laura the whole time. I might be as annoying or more than Sal is with Laura. So it's exactly what I would do.
And I also spoke with Bonnie Mund.
Yeah.
She's really pissed off at some.
That's Ronnie's ex-wife, by the way, when they were still married. I have a cool clip. It's not in this folder. I will find it though for next time. Of Scott the engineer's wife, Robin Salem, lighting up Ronnie, calling him a dirty old man and dropping his wife and stuff. That got blocked so fast. Like I put the whole segment up on YouTube. It got blocked so fast.
Wow.
Somebody in this room. Oh, no. She's really pissed off at somebody in this room. Spoke with Bonnie Mund.
Yeah.
She's really pissed off at somebody in this room. Oh, Robin.
Why?
What did I do?
He just told me. She said, "How dare her not show up to my party?" She goes, "I went to her fucking party and I didn't even want to go." She goes, "But I did it for Ronnie. I did him a favor. And what does she do in return? She doesn't come here.
Why is it so important that everyone has a... What?
I'm not sure how much Laura's on here, so I apologize if I don't, and I will certainly do it for next time I put it on. I think it's a little bit. This is a short. It's only a minute and 22 seconds. I do have something really good after this with Robin.
Why is it so important that everyone at their party? Why does Bonnie care if Robin's there?
And she said,
"This is insanity."
She goes, "Wait till I see her." She goes, "She forgot the slum she came from, didn't she?" Yeah. And then you were next on the list, Howard.
Yeah, what's the problem?
She goes, "Yeah, then Mr. Howard, Mr. I'm from Roosevelt." She goes, "Bullshit. It's more like Mr. I got an 18-year-old broad on a yacht right now." I'm like, wow.
What?
Yeah. She goes, he's another one. She goes, yeah, he stops by. He comes by. He saw the dog for 4.5 fucking minutes and took off. Please. That's why I never call the show. I can't be bothered with those people.
Call the show? Who's looking for her to call the show?
I wish she would. She was phenomenal. I was cracking up.
Who's looking for her to call the show?
They're a rough crew.
What the fuck is going on at your house? What are you, all mental out there?
That's what.
Yeah, who'd want to go to your house?
Dude, do you
Wow, that was all Bonnie Mund. I didn't even put Laura on there. It's a whole different thing. That was Bonnie Mund tearing the staff a new one to Sal. Because, I mean, could you imagine what she has to say about people on the show? Bonnie Mund.
Oh, yeah.
About just getting dropped by Ronnie and the whole,
Well, unlike Allison Norris or Jennifer Tanko, like, she's not trying to use the show for fame, so she has no reason to be dishonest about any of the staffers being great guys. She probably recognizes all of them are miscreants, including her husband. Of
course, and Ronnie would have no access to any of this stuff if it wasn't for this show.
Right.
So it's Howard really that broke his marriage up because it's Howard's access is how he could even break his marriage up. You know what I mean? He doesn't have access to anything without Howard.
Well, right.
Ironically.
Howard gave him the thing we always say. It's like, you're only as faithful as your options. And not that I think Ronnie cheated on Bonnie, but...
No, he definitely did.
Okay.
I mean, he did the scores thing every night. Like, come on.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's true. Fair enough.
It was just, she knew. I mean, could you imagine having your dad in his 60s and 70s getting up, you're eating dinner, like, I'm going to Scores, and it's like a Wednesday night. Like, you work? I don't work. I'm going to hang out at Scores.
Right.
And he's married and has kids, and he's 60 something.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
And it's every night of the week.
How embarrassing that would be. Remember when Chauncey was going off on Ronnie for that very thing?
Yeah, that was great.
So I apologize. The Laura stuff is not in that. It's part of the same thing. I will put that up. I will play it next time. I apologize. That was just Bonnie Mund talking shit about the staff to Sal. And the next thing we're going to do here is Robin, Howard and Mel. No. Okay. Howard's kids, Emily. Come on, motherfucker. I hate what I do. Robin Sucks, Natalie Portman, Maria Menounos, Bowling, Emily, Howard's kids, Emily's cabal. Oh, that's a good one. That's a press conference. That's Maria Menounos asking about Howard and Emily's Evanescence, Daily News.
Evanescence.
Yeah, that's fat shaming the lead singer of Evanescence.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking about doing a fat shaming show.
That's a good one. I like that.
Where we just go into, the
Linda Ronstadt and Adele and yeah, right.
Why do I not? This is coming up snake eyes here. You want to listen to Christine Governale?
Oh, that's a classic.
I'll give you a choice here. Christine Governale going off on Howard because they're talking shit about her with Sal.
Right.
Gary versus Memet, which we've heard before. Memet's putting Gary on Front Street for trying to sell his kids to celebrities to get him jobs.
I haven't heard that clip in a while. I wouldn't mind hearing that.
Let's do. I found the one I was looking for. So here's Emily Stern and Rob. Okay, who we got? Emily Stern hates Robin, and let's conjecture why. I think I know.
This is such a weird clip.
This is from 2008, June 12th, 2008, and I cut this up at the best parts.
Your daughters, do they listen to your show?
No. Not at all.
Is that a disappointment?
No, I think it's fine. I don't know how my daughters feel about what I do, really.
Really? You never talked about it?
He's in a really bad way with his daughters, right? You could tell. I mean, this guy got that out there. He doesn't know how to handle this question.
Not much, no.
Are you sure about that? Do you think, Emily being older, do you think she lies to you about it? Maybe tries to listen?
No, I don't think Emily lies. I think she's very honest. I don't think, they never say to me, gee, I heard Alanis Morissette on your show. It sounded really good, or something like that. They don't say it. I think...
Yeah, lie's the wrong word.
Proud of you?
Yeah, with your parents sometimes maybe they feel awkward discussing it with you, but really they're obviously fans and might want to be interested.
My parents listen every day. That I know. They've made that clear. But as far as the kids, all of the evidence points to the fact that they don't listen to it.
But do they say, well, do you get the impression they're proud of you as their father?
Oh, I don't know. I honestly don't know if they're proud or not. They've never expressed to me if they're proud or not.
I speculate, and it's a very educated guess at this point, that Emily's not talking to anybody. Debra's hot and cold after the Brandano thing. She's not, and Ashley's the only one who's regularly in good stead because she was too young to experience the home wrecking of it all.
Well, she's not even 18 here yet, is she? She was born in 93.
Born in 93. This is 15. Yeah, she's 15 here. Yes, Cornell. Yes, Steve Brandano, in fact, had at least booty calls with Debra Stern and Marci Turk. I have no doubt. I put that together. I'm very proud of myself for doing so.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, David? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's not. That's a weird Robin fueling Howard's narcissism question. Like, are they proud of you? It's like, it's not for a child to be proud of their parent. It's the other way around. Like
that's right.
What a weird.
That's right.
What a weird.
That's right. What
need.
Parent is worried about their children being proud of them?
Right.
They would even like.
They've never said, gee, Dad, we're so proud of you. I don't know. They live a good lifestyle, I'll tell you that.
I know that.
Yeah. What's up?
It's funny when we did our show.
You rarely hear him, throw that thing. Oh, these kids have, these Nepo babies have it made. He doesn't.
Right.
I believe he had a gag order on the kids and Allison, like right after this.
Well, I always think of the 2003 era clips where Gary's being literally father of the year. I will give Gary that. Like, he's a really involved dad.
Coaching every team.
Right.
Going every...
And Howard... Eventually, Robin said to Howard, like, Gary's a better dad than you, dude. Like, he's actually involved with his kids. To which Howard's response was, I am involved. I pay for everything.
Yeah. It's always its own money. It's always everything's monetized. Everything is the monetary that I have. Nothing else counts.
It's a
And he says it
substitute for
here.
time,
Yep.
for quality time, for bonding time, whatever. Yeah.
And in this case, he's court ordered to do anything monetarily.
Right.
So in this case, he is Allison's lawyers telling him what he can pay and stuff, and that he's not. That in the other case, and he's bragging about it.
You know, it's funny when we
As Chris Rock said, you play it all the time. You're supposed to take care of your kids. Plughead, you're supposed to take care of your kids.
Yes.
What are we bragging about? Taking care of our kids, as Chris Rock, as they play it all the time on this show.
Howard needed a court injunction in order to make that clear to him. Like,
And court-ordered therapy, I might add,
Right.
from Allison. Allegedly.
did our shows out in Vegas, like, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago. We had a dinner one night, and your daughter was at the dinner, and she'd been at the show that day.
Right.
And I remember she was asking me in, like, the nicest way. She was describing Beetlejuice, and she wanted to know who he was. So she clearly doesn't listen.
No, they don't listen.
You don't know who Beetlejuice is.
You don't listen.
You don't listen. I don't know. I found that odd because if I had a father on the radio, I'd have to take a tune in and see what the hell was going on.
I would think.
Yeah, but they very rare.
We get a Zoo innuendo here. So he's about to say, I want you to just like be ready for it. He goes,
Okay, I'll catch
she
it.
was up here doing stuff with Scott. Emily. Which that became Zoo, but he doesn't say it here.
Rarely, I don't know. They just, I think they prefer to think of me as the guy they know at home as opposed to the guy they hear on the radio.
Do you think it's on purpose, or do you think that the content just wouldn't interest them, even though they love you?
My content is interesting to all people, but no, actually, I think as it relates to me, it weirds them out a little bit, especially when I ask sexual questions of women and all that kind of stuff. And I think I for one can vote that I am very happy that they're not ultra involved with the show. It would make it very uncomfortable to me to have to sort of explain to them why I do what I do.
I would think that.
Well, what do you think
One of the initial plans, they were supposed to give them a show on Sirius. They were
Right.
going to do, like once a week, and it just didn't. And I think Allison shut it down.
Well, the other thing about this year, 2008, is he marries Beth this year, and so
Yeah,
I'm
he
sure
does,
the
in
daughters,
fact.
the daughters are probably at the biggest height of their estrangement
Of
from
home
him
wrecking, right?
Right.
Well, I'm getting to that. That's exactly right. That's exactly where this is going.
Explain to them why I do what I do.
I would think that.
Well, what do you think the impact has been, though, of being your daughter? I mean, certainly their friends know, and their friends listen, and...
I know they're very loyal to Imus. If that gives you any idea. No, I think that their friends basically treat it like you don't bring it up in front of my girls because they don't particularly like talking about my career to their friends, so... Everybody who's really close to him knows not to sit there and say, oh, I heard your father doing this or that. They take that as a huge offense, I believe. I believe.
Well, that's nice that they have friends like that to respect that, too.
Well, he has to, because for a while, I guess, and I think it was Sarah that told me this is actually a thing that people do. You actually commented on it too, that there's a thing that divorced parents do where, and in his case, they have a rule where the kids can't visit unless they have a friend with them to keep them honest. So it's like the kids, if you notice, every time Howard talked about his kids, they always had a friend with them, whether it was at a concert or that's when Zoss Rapin was hitting on Debra.
Right.
There's always a friend with them every time they came over. And that's to like, they don't trust Howard and Beth around the kids alone.
But I guess I'm confused as to, like, so they didn't have 50-50 custody where I know the girls mostly lived with Allison, but
here's what he did.
Okay.
He would, on a Wednesday, he would have Ronnie or Mike the cop, whatever, drive him to Old Westbury, and he would do this half-baked, half-assed visit.
Yeah.
Probably right after you probably got it. If you go listen to the show on a Wednesday, he would end it early, and he would go there, and they would the whole goal was to beat traffic. Right. So they would go to like Westbury and back, and he would take him to a diner. Howard would throw up in the bathroom, and they would come back. And then every other weekend he would have, and eventually I think Emily and Debra were both like, I don't want to go there. Right. And then it was just Ashley because she was too young to make her own decisions.
And Emily probably turned 18 very soon after the divorce. Like, she probably was an adult or close to it by the time they got a divorce.
I want to, yeah. So in 2004, I think Emily was born in 80. Oh shit, she's 40 now, right? So 85 she was born. So Emily, yeah. So Emily's 18 and like and he's firmly with Beth. She's still underage.
Okay.
She's
so,
like in 15, 16 when he's finally out with Beth, and she's affected by it the most. Emily is.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the Imus line's definitely written. That's such a fucking Benjy line.
Oh, that's such a Benjy. Yep. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. But I don't think they. I think my kids are proud in the sense that, like.
Here's Brendan David with a Sayville, Long Island reference that you wouldn't know. Only I would know. My friend Jim Verdone tried to hit on this girl Ellen Levine it was after we were seniors. And it was that kind of period where everyone's having a party, and every Saturday night,
everyone has
somebody
party,
having a party. And so this Sayville varsity football game ended, and Jim just had no game. And to his credit, like it wasn't, it just, who does in high school? Who gives a shit? Right. None of us did. And he tried to put the moves on this girl Ellen, and he just had nothing. He just had nothing. And he's in a very aw shucks kind of sweet way. There's this awkward silence. I'm locked. I'm staring at this. I'm taking it all in. I'm like I got a notepad out. I'm like watching him sweat. And I just we'd all do this. We'd stare at each other anytime something uncomfortable was. And Jim goes, there's this awkward silence. And he just looks at Ellen and he goes, if you hear anything, give me a call. Okay. And that was his way of hitting on it. It's the only thing he had to go. It was this really sweet teenage attempt.
Oh, that's sweet.
You have no game. You don't. He wasn't. It was just horrible for everybody. I was just sweating watching this. Of course, I couldn't leave it alone. I had to eavesdop on it.
Right. If you hear anything from your executive function about whether you want to date me, give me a call.
In a sense that. Like Emily comes by here serious. She was doing some stuff with Scott, and then
Emily's coming by here at Sirius, doing some stuff with Scott. So there's your Zuzah proof, everyone. That's how Zuzah Zoo became, and that's how Howard became embarrassed by it. That's why Emily was up there to fucking
doing some stuff with Scott, and then Debra said, "Oh, Dad, I want to come up and." She wanted to get some music for her iPod and all. I think they're into.
Yeah.
So Debra has to come up to Sirius in order to get music onto her iPod from Steve Brandano, who's the musical director. There's another Steve Brandano reveal in a vague way, I think. Why is she coming up to get music at Sirius? Give me a break.
Yeah. Well, I know she doesn't like me anymore, so.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
We've had a couple of words.
Oh, right. Yeah, she told me she said something to you about that.
Yeah.
You had words?
Well, it was.
This is weird, right?
So weird.
This is Emily. Robin reveals Emily does not like her, and this is bizarre. You'll never hear this transparency today.
Yeah, is Robin going through the Brendan Murphy stuff right now? She sounds really sad, like just in general.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you what. I think this is embarrassing for her. It's impossible to be. I'll tell you. I put it together because it's what I do. Right. What happened here?
We've had a couple of words.
Oh, right. Yeah, she told me she said something to you about that.
Yeah.
You had words?
Well, it was. I don't want to get into it.
I don't either.
He doesn't want to get into it. She doesn't want to get into it. I'll tell you.
Yeah, right.
I think it's over for us.
Right.
Oh, my God. Well,
I didn't like that she said that to you. I told her that.
I didn't particularly like it either.
Yeah, I said that was out of line. I said that's my friend and my coworker, and.
But it was handled in a very strange way, and I don't think it was ever resolved.
Yeah.
And then something else came and went after that, and I couldn't even get a hold of her because nobody knows how to.
Wow.
Yeah, if you find out, let me know.
Well, that was an Ellen line, Brandon. He goes, if you find out, let me know. If you hear anything, let me know.
Oh,
so Howard's saying he can't get in touch with his own daughter. That's crazy. That ties into what Brendan just said about Ellen Levine.
That's...
Oh, my... That's... Listen, that's
Yeah, if you find out, let me know. What do you mean you don't know how to? Emily's got the same phone number you always have.
I've never had that phone number,
Well,
I'm
I'll
sure.
give it to you.
Well, it's too late now.
Too late.
I'm sure I've already burned the bridge.
Right.
Now, is she with Robin or the character of Robin?
The character of
Both.
Robin.
I think
No,
both
there's the real Robin, actually.
She knew them both.
You know that reference, David? Robin was going, I play a character on the show.
I play a character on the
She
show,
got made
yeah.
fun of. Yeah, that's
right.
But
But
it's
it's
a good line
interesting
by the caller.
It's
Or
interesting
Scott
that she says, I know she's kind of making a joke, but in Just There's Truth, like,
Yeah.
Emily knew both the real and character version. So Robin knows that she's two-faced and a total sociopath,
I'll tell you, as soon as this finishes,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what happened.
Right. Okay.
And they never revealed it. I just put it together, and I know I'm right. What did she say about I'll tell you.
Actually.
She knew them both.
She knows the character and the real Robin.
She didn't like either one of them anymore.
Well, I doubt we should explore this more on the air, but it's unbelievably fascinating.
No, it was no big.
Yeah, I'll explore for you, Artie. I wish I could have told him what this was. Poor Scott. Yeah, what were the two names of his band? It was Emergency Now and Vertigo Blue. Scott the Engineer's son's band. They're not bad. I heard them. They're not bad.
Yeah.
They're better than fucking Zuza Zoo. They're not bad.
Yeah.
They're as good as all that fucking, teeny. Remember the WBCW music? They would, oh God, what is the name of those bands? Those cheese rock songs that came out like on the Smallville soundtrack.
Yeah, I remember.
You know what I mean? Like, God, I can't think of any of the names anymore.
Probably better than
Four Doors Down or the stupid,
It was
the Fray,
right?
Bands like that, like
it was that. Oh, forget it. I'm not going to get into it. You know what? I don't need to get into that.
No.
But, I think Emily hates Eritrea.
She said that to me that night. It's weird. 7 years ago, she knew that.
That Eritrea is going to come between me and my friends.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that my kids can fully appreciate my career, but certainly I don't expect them to either. I never, I don't need to be worshipped and, hailed by...
Okay, good enough. Yeah. So here we go. Here's what happened. So you said it yourself just before. You actually timed it. You actually knew the timetable. So Howard and Beth get married twice. Once in the Hamptons. Right. And they had the celebrity wedding. Right. In addition to Robin and Fred, mostly Robin, set up a engagement party for them. That is actually on Howard TV. The engagement party is it's one of in Columbus Circle. I forget the name of the venue, but it was like the super new venue and stuff. She throws two parties for him. Emily and the girls, not invited to any of the parties.
Right.
So when I go through that party, the kids are not there. They're not at it. So not only was Emily not consulted in any of the planning of the wedding stuff for her dad,
right?
How Robin went behind her back, didn't consult, didn't plan with her, and didn't invite them to any of these parties.
Yeah.
She decided, Robin took the initiative and said, I don't think it's comfortable for Beth to be in the same room as the kids, knowing how much they consider her a homewrecker, especially Emily. And if I don't invite Emily, I'm not going to invite the other kids. So I'm just going to not, it's easier for me to not invite them, not consult with them. They're not going to go to the engagement party. They're not going to go to the weddings. And that's it. I'm making them. And Emily thought, but I want to be consulted with how you throw the thing, but to not invite me to my dad's shit is the worst thing you could possibly do to a kid. And then again, Robin's going, oh, well, Beth's a homewrecker and I can't have them in the same room. I know what they feel about it.
Right.
And I think Emily despised, they love their mom. They love their mom. They hate this. And so Robin took the initiative and said, well, I'm going to spare everybody the awkwardness of you being in the same room. I'm just not going to invite you. So she didn't invite the kids to his shit.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
And just to kind of jump on what you said there, like, I think that Emily probably was disturbed how quickly Robin, who knew Alison for all those years,
Bingo.
turned on her mother too.
They were perfect, David. Perfect copy. I was going to forget to say that too, and I actually thought about that yesterday. I was in the shower.
Yeah.
Speaking of showers, Radio Gaga, and Allison and Robin were very close for a lot of years, and now you're saying you're backstabbing Allison at the same time. It's like saying you're advocating this, and you're facilitating this marriage that broke up my family.
Right.
That's a home wrecker, any way you slice it. They knew each other. I have more evidence of they knew each other before
the divorce,
the actual announcement of it.
Right. Well, the other I mean, if you read, however credible Robin's book is, she talks about
I'm sorry, Debbie, to stop you. Just hold that thought, please. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Gaga has a great point. How did Beth have no friends to throw her a wedding shower during that time? What the fuck? So Howard controlled who, because that's coming from Howard. I bet you he had Robin do it because she was gonna through Buckwald and the whole thing, and they were gonna, micromanage it.
Yeah.
She's so right, Gaga. How did Beth not have friends throw her a wedding? That's so bizarre.
That the groom's side of the social circle had to throw the wedding shower, not Beth's side. Yeah, that is really interesting. That's really,
and that
really
was
funny.
done to capitulate to Beth and Howard especially, and to invite the kids is the most awkward thing in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's like having, Amber Heard's David Heard throw the wedding shower.
Yes.
So the kids
yes.
won't be there.
It's like Vanessa Paradis going to, the Depp Heard wedding on
exactly.
Depp Island.
But in Robin's book, for as credible as it is or isn't, Robin talks about during the contract negotiations at NBC, calling Allison crying all the time about
they confided each other all the time.
Yeah, and
she
Allison
was probably considered one of Allison's best friends.
Well, and I'm sure from Allison's perspective, like, dude, this woman's crazy. Like, I had to advise her to get like crisis counseling. Robin writes about that,
Yeah.
And but besides being consulted about how to plan a party, I think the bigger insult is like, we're his fucking kids. And we're not at this shower with employees that mean nothing to him by blood.
Think
and the other
about this in your life, if your parents, you had to go to a wedding, and some friend of your dad's,
right,
or mom's, threw a party and didn't invite you.
Yeah, and my sister,
and your sister.
Right. I mean, the other thing too is like, I wonder if, like, I don't really believe Howard stood up to Emily and said, "I don't like that you said that."
I don't
to
either,
Robin or whatever.
I think he avoided her.
But let's say this though. I wonder if Emily confronted her dad, like, "Hey, did you tell Robin off for not inviting your daughters to your shower?" Because that beyond like being mad at Robin, if Howard didn't sort of indicate to Emily or any of the kids that like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry that Robin didn't invite you. I don't know what that was about." Even during the evening of the
trying
shower,
to play good cop, bad cop with Robin, where it was like, I have no idea. I mean, he played stupid. There's no way he's taking culpability for it.
Well, here's my last thought is the night of the shower, and it's all filmed, right? Everything is filmed from that shower. I wonder if there was ever a point that Howard realized, like, "Hey, my daughters aren't here. Let me text them and see, are you coming to the shower? Because I would expect that you would be here." Or ask Robin, who planned the party, "Are my daughters coming?" And if she said no, I would text my daughters, the ones that were local, to like, "Hey, get over here. We're having a party, and I'll deal with Robin later for this glaring oversight."
Well, think about how embarrassing that is for everybody involved. And then everyone there, even just people from the show, no matter how much ass kissers they are, they got to be looking around going, "Where are your kids? What the fuck is... Don't you have 3 daughters? Where the hell are your kids? What is this?"
Yeah. No, it's the amount of like, Gary Delabate, like family is everything kind of attitudes that probably came to that party were probably just mortified.
No, it's all about facilitating and placating to Beth and him. And that's the first thought Robin had. And they look at it as the betrayal to Alison, and it should be, and it is. And them. I mean, you'd be like, you'd be enraged. Like, they're not inviting his daughters. Look at what Gaga says here. I mean, I don't even remember. Did Beth even have a bachelorette party? If they did, they would have talked about it on the air. I don't even remember that. Where is that?
Any chance for her to get some sort of story on the air? Of course. But Beth clearly does not have any friends. I mean, she clearly has no girlfriends of her own. You know, she came to this city as, you know, a call girl to, like, she's in competition with other women. She can't be.
Yeah, all women hate each other. Yep. Yeah, so. I think it's her and other females is very strange. It almost warrants an entire show. We're gonna do. You want to do that Beth show too? That definitely works into a lot of that stuff.
Well,
a lot of the Beth Trionic.
The biggest. I know. I feel like it's been covered a bunch of times, but the better half thing that Beth.
Oh, I have that. I have that in my folder for something.
She was a complete cunt to Dana on the show.
Yeah, I have that. I have that in my folder because I have Fred's wife on it. So Fred and his wife do a bit, and that's why I just listened to that.
Right.
Brendan, the Fray is playing at Caesars in Atlantic City next month. I'll see you there. Oh, that's like Ellen. If you hear anything, Brendan, let me know. And give me a call if you hear anything, Brendan. Ellen, give me a call, Ellen Levine. And you notice they've been using namby-pamby pretty liberally now without crediting Mark Harris. Oh, God, David loves Mark Harris. I'd come and chat about this. See if I'd come and chat about this with you guys. Even catty women have a friend or two. She's so right. Gaga's so right. Howard said he thought he should marry Beth because some people in his life just don't take this seriously. Dana's too real for Beth. PC23, Dana.
I like Dana.
I wonder if Robin still talks to Alison. No fucking way.
No, God,
no way. That I think it ended right there. I think that's the last they ever spoke. I think it doesn't go anywhere past like 07, 08. I think when he married Beth, that was the last thing. And Robin facilitating the engagement party and shit.
I also don't think that even while they were married, you know, Alison would show up to the taping of a birthday show or something, but I don't know how much contact they actually had with Alison outside of those rare events, you know.
Apparently Robin and Alison talked on the phone a lot in the 90s.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I can go back and find stuff. I do remember that coming up a lot. They were very friendly.
Yeah.
And it just as Howard became more of an elitist, that just dissipated. And Robin, of course, had to follow. See, after all, she's a Buchwald client.
Right.
She's not a Burns Simon client.
The lone female Buchwald client on the Stern show had to throw the Buchwald sanctioned wedding shower.
Yes, they were very good friends. They definitely were. I almost remember her saying that like Robin was one of her best friends. Okay. Look at the Vanderpump gals, says Gaga. They threw each other showers all the time, right? That's exactly right.
On Bravo's dime, I'm sure.
And they barely know each other. Anyway, this is we'll end it here. David, fantastic job.
Thank you, John.
Again, you have anything you want to promote on the way out? Let me just say this for the last time. We got a new payment system here with donations. We have lost temporarily our monetization. That's the natural when YouTube takes their sunny red cut, the VIG. So if able, please donate via Cash App on the upper left, Venmo upper right, or at the Buy Me a Coffee address in the middle. Thank you so much from the Sarah Man. They went to a play together, yes, Gaga, because Howard got tickets for the birthday, and Robin was pissed when she showed up and Howard was nowhere in sight and made Allison. That's right. That's a great memory you have.
Oh, yeah.
That's great. Maybe I should go get that for next time. Beth and Melania were at the same boat, not modeling, because it's like Minnesota Viking pleasure cruise. Melania is an Epstein woman, too, evidently.
Yeah. Right.
Allegedly. Michael Wolf is a great listen who has all the dirt on all that stuff.
Okay.
I'm going to write him. I'm going to ask him about Howard and Epstein. Michael Wolf, he did like 4 Trump books, Fire and Fury and stuff. He has apparently he has like hours and hours of Epstein tapes that have he's waiting like for the, and they take questions on his I forget the name of the entity, him and his British female host, and I'm going to ask him a Howard question, if Howard ever came up in his Epstein conversations, and see what he thinks about that. I believe he did. I believe that we saw I think they were in each other's orbit all the time, especially through. And I'm going to bring up Leon Black as well to Michael Wolff.
Well, they're such New York staples, you know.
Oh, of course, Woody Allen. I know. Believe me, there's so much there. Anyway, thank you, everyone. It was a great show. I love you all. The next show, I'm not sure what we're going to do. It might be Fred again. Or it might be Beth Strionic personality disorder. Maybe I'll put a poll up for that. I got your poll right here, pal.
Terrific night. Great night of bowling, by the way.
Yeah, we went out to a bowling alley.
Yeah.
And bowled. We had a fun time.
Bowling can be fun.
We can also see him in the background of another picture. That's Howard Stern on the far right, along with Robin Leach from Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, and Epstein is behind them at the wedding, almost seeming to be photobombing them. We also...
Well, now you've said it. Now you've said it all.
Now I've really said it all.
By the way, because
what good would his ranting do anyway?
It doesn't do any good.
You're
That's
right.
the point.
You know what? I changed my mind about the whole thing.
Tomorrow I'll rant about Trump for you. How's that?
Doing what you're doing. It's just that sometimes in the beginning of all of this, I'd be like, is this a rerun?
What?
Like,
oh, my God.
Crazy shit will have happened, and I go, oh, this is a rerun. Oh, no, because they're talking about Bradley Cooper's latest movie, so it can't be.
What? So you're critical of the show? I don't know why you listen anymore. Because I'm not ranting and raving about Trump?
No.
Howard Stern is a name I haven't heard. I used to do a show, we used to have fun, but I haven't heard that name in a long time. What happened? He got terminated?